Hey Eduardo, what's up? Hello, hello. I am not sure how to pronounce that. I'm sorry. Andre, Andrew, depending on the last pronunciation. Hey Harish. Hey Yiggy Than? Maybe Yiggy? I. Hey BS. Hey Harish. Start coding. What are we going to do today? Today, we are going to keep working on our time tracker SaaS app. There's a couple bugs actually that we're going to need to follow up from last week. This is one of those things, right? We're building in next.js 13 app directory, server actions, the whole shebang. And between all of those, we've run into two separate bugs that I'm going to kind of talk about and point out a little bit for anyone who's following along. And then they're currently just getting in our way. So we're going to simply work around them and not worry too much about them, trusting that they'll be fixed at one point. So I'm going to go through and build out a more verbose sort of split screen with the Next.js 13 layouts, which I think will be pretty neat. We'll kind of touch on all the special files for the most part. And then if we have time, we're going to do the profile view. And we're also going to refine the track page a little bit more. And yeah, we're going to kind of go from there. So we'll see how far we get. There's a lot to kind of do, but there's really no rush. So if people have questions or concerns or ideas, shout them out. We're getting pretty close to like finishing the core of the application. So I think after this, it'll be billing probably sometime next week, Tuesday, maybe do Stripe billing and implement that and kind of put a pro plan in place, which I have no idea what people would pay for, but say la vie. And yeah, that's what we've got. So we have some lovely, lovely people here. Let's go ahead and do a brief intro so I can cut out all the early crap and then we'll go from there. Hey, Nicholas. Senior year at uni and following your guide for my senior design project coming along so nice next to React Tailwind. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What are you building for your senior design project? And are you following like this series of videos or are you kind of just like piecing together random videos that I have? I love that. Teach us some Vim key bindings. No. Although in my newsletter coming out tomorrow, I think I'm going to talk about, there's an editor that I found that does like, it has built-in support for like multi-person editing in the editor and it also just has Vim key bindings built in as well. So it's pretty sweet. All right, so lovely friends, with that, let's introduce and then dive in. And my hair is a mess because it's like 90 degrees here, so you just need to deal with me looking like a schlob. All right. Hey everyone, we're gonna go ahead and keep building our time tracker SaaS app. And today we're gonna focus on building out the projects and tags, and then we're gonna do some refinement on the track page itself. If we have time, we're gonna go through and work on the profile page a little bit and kind of flesh out the body of the application. Again, we're not spending too much time here on actually making sure the UI is perfect. We're trying to build the core of the application and get it all working first, and then we'll do some passes of refinement of the user interface afterwards. So before we get too far into this, there's a couple of bugs we're going to talk about from last week, and there's a couple of small little features that I mentioned, but we didn't actually get a chance to implement. And I did some coding, so we're going to go ahead and break that out. So glad you're here. Feel free to ask questions. And with that, let's go ahead and get started. And we're going to fix our full phase camera. Woo. All right. Yeah, Yugi. It worked really well. I'm glad. I'm glad it could work well. Inventory management system for smart hospital. Dude, that's awesome. Next-auth for login and route middleware. Yeah. That's kind of like the idea of all the videos. To like, as you jump in, right, follow along and like piece together what you need and go through the entire thing of building like a full application, right? You got your authentication, you got the login screens, you got like your landing pages, navigation, all the perfunctory stuff, right, around just building out the app, and then you can kind of focus on building the app. So that being said, we have our time tracker Lilac app. This is hosted on Vercel. This is the production version, right? It's synced to the GitHub repository, and we implemented sign in with Google. And what I'm gonna do here for the first time is, well, look up my password and 1Password again. Whoop. We're gonna sign in. I like to go through the auth flow so I can understand errors like this as they might happen. Couldn't connect to compute node. Do you see that? Error querying the database. That's what the error says here, which means our database is like offline, question mark? In Vercel, question mark? All right, here we go, friends. First bug. The idea, right, to start was to like actually track our time. So, don't know exactly what happened there. Here's our database, right? Created 9 days ago. And what we can do, so when debugging this sort of stuff, it's always nice to like jump around. It looks like our password authentication failed, so our application has the wrong password. I did rotate the credentials, but I also redeployed. So let's just go ahead and try to do a full redeploy here and see if that fixes the issue. It looks like our credentials have not fully been updated, even though they should be. So welcome to the live stream where nothing works the first time. We provide the GitHub repo link. Harish, it should be in the description of the video. There's a link to my blog, and then members can go ahead and just get the GitHub repo. So go ahead and try that. Or if someone in chat has it, feel free just to dump it in there. I'm not really that picky. So yeah, here we go. So we might need to... Did you get your environment from Vercel? Yeah. So what I did is I ended up just rotating the credentials after the live stream last time, and Vercel says, hey, like this is going to change your environment variables. Make sure you do a redeploy. So I did a full redeploy, and then I guess it just didn't actually work. So that's what our storage here, right? This all kind of changed, at least the password did. So anyways, in theory, once we redeploy, it should have the new environment variables. And let's see if that worked. We'll do a full login again. And if not, well, there we go. Second time's the charm. Did another redeploy. If you change the environment variables, I've said this before, make sure you redeploy your application. So here I am logged in, and you can kind of see this is our production version, right? And so I am going to, for the first time, track what we're doing in production. And so we're at the point now with our app that we can dog food it, right? And actually use our own application for building out for testing. It's awesome. So for the first thing, what are we going to work on? Let's do live stream session 3, and we'll just start it, even though it's, you know, subsections. And there we go. We are off to the races. We got our timer. We got this. We're just going to kind of let this sit and chill for a while off screen. And now I know exactly how long this is, because that's what I need, right? I need something to keep track of it. So the first thing I wanted to talk about was last time I mentioned when you're doing development with Prisma, you need to make sure when you do local schema changes that you go ahead and make sure you apply those changes to your production database. And so what we did as a quick and dirty hack was we simply got the production Postgres URI, right, the connection string, and we ran the Prisma commands locally. And this works, but then you're running things locally, it's not automated, you might forget and do a deploy with a production change, all that jazz. So what I did was I went ahead and created a little Prisma action that's going to run on GitHub as a GitHub action, and it's going to check out our repository and then set up node using v3. And so we're telling it to use p npm, which is what I'm using locally. So that's what the lock file is. And we're going to run the install, and then we're going to do pnpx Prisma db push. And so this is going to take the database Prisma URL, which is defined in our schema right here, right? Make sure those are the same. And it's going to use that. It's going to pull it in from our secrets, which we're defining as the database URL. And it's going to push our Prisma schema to the production database. And we're saying we only want this to run on the main branch. And so what it will do is it'll make sure it keeps our schema in sync with the production database. So now if we're making changes, we can make those changes in a pull request, go ahead and play around with it a little bit. And when we merge it to main, this will run and it'll make sure that we push it out to Vercel, where our database is hosted. So the only other thing to kind of note about that, we'll just close that, is when you're doing this, with your repository, here's our time tracker repo. You need to go to settings and your secrets and variables and actions. And you need to add the database connection string as a repository secret. So here we have it named database URL. So you would click new, you would type it in, and then this would be the, you know, whatever the connection string would be for your database, and make sure you add it here. And this way it can be used in the actions. So what we're going to do is we're going to see this work a little later, and hopefully it works. So I'm going to just go ahead and merge in this pull request that I made, and then we will see it work a little later. I'll do a squash and merge. And it'll keep our entire database in sync for us automatically. So that's how you can kind of keep your production database in sync by running this whenever you make your schema changes on your main branch. Awesome. So that being done, let's go over to our terminal, check out main, and pull in the latest stuff so we have all the right code, and fire up our editor and see how we are doing with what I wanted to get accomplished. Okay, so there were 2 bugs we ran into last week, which I don't know how many people caught. I know Dadbot and I sat around for a little bit trying to figure out one of the bugs. And the big bugs, let's actually start this all locally so you can see this happen live. So we go ahead and refresh our application. I am logged in, but I don't know if I want to be logged in. Let's go ahead and just log out completely. Sign in with Google, do the full thing. All right, here we go. So what we implemented last week was we built out the client section. And the idea, right, is that when you're tracking projects, you might have different clients you're doing these projects for. And so we're gonna break things down into client, project, and then arbitrary tag. And so you go ahead and create a client. And so here we have, let's call it client 1, and we click create. And now we have on /clients, we have client 1. And what we built was we built this split screen view. Let me make it a little bigger. We built this split screen view for our application using the next.js 13 layout. So on the left, we have like the list view, so we can have multiple clients. And then on the right, we have the detail view, which lists the detailed client information. And there's like an edit and delete option for the detail view. And over here, you're gonna list the client. So if you create client 2, now you have client 1 and client 2. And when you click it on the left here, the only thing that re-renders is the information on the right. And this is using Next.js's 13 layouts, so it only re-renders the children. It doesn't need to re-render anything else, which makes this really, really quick re-render. And if you're loading information for the first time, it can stream in just that chunk and it will be very fast. Now the problem is, with client 1, if you go and edit it, edit client, let's change it to client 1 test. We're going to save this, and this invokes a server action, which updates the database. And then we need to refresh the user interface. And we have to refresh, the left-hand side too, because we have the name right here, right? Client 1 is going to become client 1 test. So we click save. We run into this problem, where it is correct on the right-hand side and incorrect on the left-hand side. And so the revalidation logic is not working. And I spent way too long trying to figure out exactly what the problem was, eventually pinned it down, and that led me to this bug. So Next.js Vercel bug 52075. Using redirect after revalidating in server actions does not update the layouts. Yeah. So this is exactly what we're running into. And Fred Kiss3 here wrote a pretty nice bug report, and I've +1'd it. But this is exactly what we're running into, where when I was testing this on my own, if I don't redirect, it actually does properly refresh. Everything refreshes, it works exactly the way you would think. If you do redirect, which of course, when you click here, right? When you go to edit, up in the top here, we go to like /edit. It's a sub page, which means if someone were to, load this page directly, it goes straight to the edit page, which is exactly what you want. But then when we finish editing, let's remove the test, right? And you click save, again, we're changing the navigation to go back to the detail page. And so when we revalidate this path, we expect the content on the left to refresh, and that just doesn't happen. Not at all. Just a bug. Broken. They say the app directory is stable, but the server actions are still considered alpha. So we're going to chalk this up to a bug in the server actions that hopefully will be fixed sometime soon, and I'm not going to work around it. I'm going to expect that by the time we finish this series, the bug will be fixed, and this will just magically start working once we update next.js. So I'm going to leave that bug the way it is. The way we're going to work around it for now is because, not a lot of people are using this. Once we do like a edit of something, I'm just going to refresh the page, right? Just going to Control R, Command R, whatever operating system you're on, refresh the page, and we'll see that the values were updated everywhere. So that is how we're going to work around it for now. And then whenever it's fixed, I'll go ahead and toss that in the video and we'll be good to go. So that was bug number 1. Bug number 2 is sometimes my picture here doesn't load. And it's pretty inconsistent as to when that happens. And I tracked down that bug to a radix bug where the refer policy is not respected when loading the image. And this has been reported from a long time ago, and it seems slightly hit or miss as to when exactly this impacts me. But because we're using Google CDN, we have to make sure we pass no refer, and sometimes that just doesn't get added to the image. And so when that happens, we just get a 403 upon loading. So this is also a bug. This one we can work around a little more by either building our own avatar component or using not their like built-in avatar image and using our own image, which we might do anyways because we might want to use the next.js image component instead of their image component. So that's something we'll kind of keep track of anyways. But those are the 2 bugs that we ran into. Working on the edge of stable has its downsides, without a doubt. But I would say the most important thing is being able to understand when those bugs are your bugs or understanding when they're somebody else's problem, right? And in this case, I'm saying we're not going to work around these. We're using alpha server actions on purpose. We're testing them out. We're going to run into these sorts of bugs. As long as we can just follow along with the bug reports and see when they're fixed, that's good enough for me. We'll test it when the fixes are merged in, and we're not going to worry too much about it because otherwise, like we would need to re-architect this entire layout thing, and we want it to work this way. So there you go. Bugs galore. Welcome. All right. So what I did for clients, we're going to expand upon here. We're going to kind of go through and do the same thing for projects. But we're going to go a little further into this whole split screen layout now that I know it should work, and really build out a lot of the features that Next.js 13 has to offer and kind of show how you can do this. We kind of did the bare minimum on clients, and we'll come back and do some refinement. But for projects, it's going to be very similar, but we're going to go basically another step deeper. And then when we have clients and projects, we can kind of refine how we're tracking all this stuff. So session 3, start up this engine, and we want to be able to like add the client and add the project here as well. So if anyone has any questions, feel free to shout them out. Otherwise, we're going to dive in. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do when implementing projects is we're going to add projects into our Prisma schema and then update the client and push all of that to our database. Once we have projects there, we're going to go back into our application and build out the split view layout so we can start to do the various actions you're going to need to do, right? So this is where the CRUD acronym comes into play. For a project, you're going to need to create one. You're going to have to read them, see them, understand what each of them are, update them, and delete them. So we're going to go through and build all that functionality in Next.js 13 using the split layout that we're building right here. So here's our Prisma schema. Yes, Yiggy, we will definitely. Are you planning to get your client's Prisma function to order date ascending? We will do that because every time we update them, they currently move around, right? Which is no good. Yes, I saw that too. We'll go ahead and do that for projects, and then we'll like revisit that for the clients in a second. So our Prisma schema, we are building a multi-tenant system. So the highest level model is the tenant. We have our users, and our users belong to a tenant. And then the activity is what we're tracking. So whatever sort of action that we're doing at the time, and it belongs to a tenant. It has a user who's doing it, and it also currently has a client. And a client is basically just that. This is so you can basically build clients you might be doing projects for. So a client is going to have potentially many projects. A project can belong to a client. There's an argument here for maybe trying to do many to many instead of many to one, but I think that is a much less common use case. Most of the time, you're going to have your clients at like a high level. These are the companies I'm working for. These are the people I'm working for. And then each of those might have projects that they're having you do, right? So you kind of do like one or two projects at a time, and you want to keep track of those projects for a client. I'm sure there are use cases where you would want to have like, I have two clients and they're working on the same project. But I would argue it might just be easier to make a new client for that like combined entity and put the project under that. So for now, we're going to define our project model as simply a one-to-many relationship with the client. So we're going to start by seeing what Copilot offers us. Our IDs, again, have a prefix project, and it's a random UUID, which means whenever we're looking at an ID, we know what object it belongs to. A project is going to have a name, and that name is going to be required. Projects belong to a tenant without a doubt. So we're going to save that to make sure that it's added. A project belongs to a client. And so here, a client now has multiple projects associated with it. And a project belongs to a user. That is not something we're going to have here. A project is going to belong to a tenant, but a project is not going to belong to a user. So we're going to remove that. And so we're going to make sure we go up to our user and remove the projects as well from here. And then lastly, a project is going to have multiple activities. And so we can use this for reporting to basically pull out all of the activities that a project has going for it. So all the things you kind of did for this project. And so if we look at activities, an activity is going to optionally have a project. It optionally has a client, and we're just going to reorganize some of these to make it all consistent. User ID, user, client ID, client, project ID, project, and we are good to go. So this is the model that we are creating. And so now we need to create, let's make sure these are not optional. Good. So let's go ahead and add feature Prisma schema for project. And let's go ahead and make the, let's make this a little bigger. Still, we can now Prisma migrate. We're gonna do add project. So because we're changing various tables here, change the activity table, change the client table, it's going to reset the public schema. So we're just going to say, yes, that's fine. And it's going to create this new one. It's going to run all of these. It's going to delete all of our information, and it's going to regenerate the client. So let's go ahead and add that to our commit. and we are ahead by 1 commit. So we can now push this, and this is going to run our Prisma CI that we did earlier, and it should push out this change to our production database. So a lot of times you'll want to like test this probably more thoroughly, but I think it's gonna be pretty safe to try that for now. So that's our Prisma schema that we've gone ahead and added. Now what we're gonna need to do is, because we deleted everything, we're going to need to log out of our application. And we're gonna log back in. And what I like to do as well is I like to do a sanity check on what the database looks like. So here we have our users and tenants, and we also have our projects and clients. It's a little hard to see. Sorry, it's so zoomed out. There's no zoom in this app. And we can see there's no data, but we have the schema kind of defined as we want it. I guess the other thing we might want to add is similar, now that I'm thinking about it, is we added a color option for client. And so it's probably going to be a nice idea to have a color option for a project as well, so you can have different colors. So let's go ahead and just add that as well. Let's run a add project color here. And if we check our database real quick, we can see that it should have added that instantly to the database. So here's our project, and we have our color column already. So super, super easy working with Prisma. And then we can add this commit as well. Before we do that, let's go ahead and check our GitHub action to make sure like it didn't explode. It did. Unable to locate executable file PNPM. Looks like my PNPM for Node did not work the way I expected it to. So PNPM is not installed, right? Is what I'm getting out of this, which I swore when I was reading setup Node, it said it was installed. Hey, we have a new subscriber. Welcome. Need to go see exactly what who that was. I never get these. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you're watching, and if you are live, go to my dashboard. Kunwar, welcome. Just got back from my internship meeting. What did I miss? Well, right now what you missed is our setup node is broken because I thought they had PNPM installed by default, and they don't, right? Here's their using node, using different caching, multiple. All right, we might just come back to this because I don't think it's worth your time to dig through why my little thing is not working. Basically this, right? This should, for their cache, they have a supported value of PNPM, which I kind of assumed meant PNPM was just installed by default. But ensure is always committed, and then PNPM install, right? And so I was just like, oh, this like should just work out of the box, but apparently doesn't work out of the box. So we'll come back to this. So we're going to need to basically run our database change manually until we fix that. That feels like out of scope for what's happening here. So let's go ahead and just commit these then. Feature, add project color, and we're good. We can push that, and then I will just off screen go ahead and deploy this to Vercel by using the URL manually. So CD, documents, content, time tracker, SaaS, time tracker. Run you again. Okay, done. So I did the same thing our GitHub action should do, but our GitHub action is breaking because PNPM is not found. All right, so what we've done now is we added our project and we made sure our project is in our production database so we can now begin working on the app itself. And so this is going to follow a similar pattern, which is going to, we're going to add the projects up here for us to manage, and then we'll have our blank slate, and then we'll have our split screen, and we'll kind of go through and build out all of that. So go ahead and create a new folder for projects. And so here under clients, we have our client page, and we also have the ability to look at a single particular client. So we'll do the same thing here. We will do page.tsx, and what we want to do, let's grab basically the client page, and we'll redo this for the projects. So get rid of that. Jump down to project page. And remember, we always are fetching our session because we want everything to be scoped to the user and the tenant. And so we will look up the projects, and we're going to find them all that belong to the tenant. And if the project's length is greater than 0, we will do a project list. And we'll change that. Otherwise, we will show the blank slate. And so here on the blank slate, we're going to say, well, we want to create a project. A project represents work you are doing for a client, sure. A client often will have multiple projects, and you can track time for each project. Good enough. We'll wordsmith it later. And so instead of going to this, we'll go to projects new, and we'll say create project as that. So here in our projects, what we're going to do, because we're going to use this in a few places, let's call this project. Sure, projects, and export const project list. And this is going to be just our list of all the projects, right? So type, let's do project props, project list props, and it has the projects. And this is our Prisma type exactly, so we can just pass that right in. And so here we will simply do the list of all the projects. Projects map. This will be the project. And we'll do list item. And inside this is going to be a next link, and it's going to link to projects, project.id, and we'll do the name, project.name, and it's not maps, it's map. And then to Yiggy, your comment before, when we're finding the projects, right, here we should add an order by, and we will do created at as the way to order it. So they're in the order that you created, and then we'll pull this in and we'll pass in the projects like that. So we have our project page where we're fetching the projects, and then we're going to show them. And if you don't have any projects, we'll have this blank slate, which will take you to projects new, which doesn't exist yet. We don't have navigation. We'll add that next, but we can just go to /projects to see this page. All right, our Prisma project failed, even though Git project is right here. Let's go ahead and make sure we've generated our client. Prisma, I think Prisma generate should do it. Yep. And then we'll restart our server. So Prisma should work as expected here. Refresh. Okay. Sometimes you just gotta nudge it a little bit. Just give it a little bit of love. Let's move you just a smidge over here. You know, it's always so much fun doing this live. So we are on the projects page, and project has this description, create a project, and we can now create a project which will take us to /new, which we haven't implemented yet. So let's go ahead and make this a little nicer on our poor little navigation bodies. Jump into our components. We have our nav bar and our links here. We can now add projects as a link. And do a hard refresh, and now we have projects up here. So we go to the clients page, we have clients, go to project page, we have projects. And so we want to be able to create a project, which of course doesn't exist yet. So let's go ahead and add that next. So projects, new file, page. So we're going to do a page in the new directory, and this is going to be how we create a new client, right? So export default async function, create client page. And here we're creating our client page. We aren't using main because our layout defines main, so we don't need to do that here. So we can just focus on like the contents of the create client page. So the create client page is going to have a basic form, or sorry, this is a project page. It's going to have a form which allows the user to create their project. And so we need a name. And then optionally, what we can do is we can also assign the project to a client. What is the app folder in the app folder? So what we have here is we have a route group, which takes in basically all of the children and will apply a layout or other file convention files to all of the things in here. And so at the top level, you have like your app directory, right? And here we define our root layout. But the root layout is really just like the HTML and body, and it's like, it's everything that your app's gonna have, right? And so because we're building a SaaS app all in one, we want the home page to be like a marketing page. And there might be a pricing page, and there might be another page, for like features that your app does, your terms of service, your privacy policy, right? All of that exists in here as well. But that's really like the marketing side of your application, right? The actual app, like the thing your users will log into, that is everything inside like what I'm calling my app directory. So it's used to group all these things with like the common nav bar, right? Like your marketing page is not going to have the same navigation bar as your actual like internal application, right? That doesn't make sense. It's going to have like a fancy shiny marketing bar, and it might not, some pages might not even have all the common layouts. everything inside the app grouping is the SaaS part of like the SaaS app. And so this allows us at the highest level to have like a bunch of marketing pages, and like your login page can be different, your register page can be different. All of these don't get what we were building out for like the actual application part of the app. Yeah, no problem. So that's how we're using this grouping. In the future, what we're gonna have is, I imagine we'll have like marketing, we'll have like login, or like probably auth for like our auth flow and stuff. But the app itself is like, okay, you've logged in, you wanna get work done, this is what you have. So it defines like our big navigation bar basically at the top. And then each of these down here is gonna define its own little child layout. And this is where things get fun. So back to our create project page. So what we need here, really the entire thing can be a form, right? And our form can have an input, and we'll use our own input here, right? Really, we want this to be name, and this is going to be the project name, and type will just be text, and then come back to me. And then this is going to be color. We made this optional. So this is required. This can be optional. And around each of these, right, we can do, we got our label, although we can use our shad label, right? So our label component, did we add one of those yet? UI, we do not have a label component. So jump over to shad UI. So here what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a label. The idea is we can kind of have our label and our text area, or our text input together. Instead of just using placeholder potentially, we can have like something on top of it. So like with the label, right? So we kind of want this as what we're going for here. So we can copy all this to start. This is input with label. And we'll just toss that in. Obviously we're gonna keep this. We'll call it project name as the placeholder. We'll do color, which is optional. This one was required, right? We'll call it project color, and this is actually type color, which works on some browsers. In the future, we'll clean that up to probably build our own color. And then we need to do shad UI add label. So this is going to add in that label package into our project. Yes, install please. And then start the dev server back up. And so now we can just fix the imports by doing this. And we can do right there. And now the entire thing just magically works, which is fantastic. And then lastly, we'll do a button, create project of type submit. And so here, do a hard refresh because we restarted our dev server. Creating a project, click create project. Now we have projects new. Looks like we'll want to center that and everything, but we have our project name, we have our labels, we have our color, which is awesome. And then we can do create project, which of course won't do anything yet. So let's just do class, container, MX auto, and little padding at the top. Hello, my form. Oh, I'm not used to my screen being so zoomed in. So yes, it did actually move a little bit over. We want probably a little bit of gap for each of these. Let's do gap 4 for some nice spacing, and then flex call to make it do what we want. It's a little aggressive button. We could also, instead of making this a container, we could do like, this is kind of just like max width, max, go away. Just do like 3XL in the max width to really kind of center everything. That's like a little better. If we zoom out back to like what this looks like, yeah, probably want this to be full width. The only thing I'm going to change for right now is I'm going to put the button inside its own div to make it regular sized again. And that's good enough for now. So here we have our time tracker, and so now we can create a project. Creating this, of course, won't do anything yet. We have to add in the action. And so what we're going to do is we're going to have an async function create project. This will have data, which is the form data from the form. And this is the server action, right? And so this server action is going to create the project, and then it is going to redirect the user back to the, well, I guess ideally should actually it should redirect them to the detail page of this project. So we'll do that. So they create it and then they can view it immediately. So now this code is gonna run on the server, and we can just like magically kind of use it, right? So server actions make me crazy. I just dropped it. Yeah, man, it is wild. Still buggy, as we talked about in the very beginning of the stream, right? Definitely still a little buggy, but like when they work, it's so cool. So this is going to get the user on the server, and so the user has the tenant ID associated with it, so we know how to create this project for a tenant. And then all we have to do is run the Prisma command, and the data is going to be what's passed in. So the name will be this, and we're going to cast it to string, even though it could be something else. We know it's a string because, well, the input type is text, so we know it's a string. And the name should be name, and this name should be color. So here we have this. We also need to make sure we're adding in the tenant ID. And so this is going to ensure we're creating this project associated to this particular tenant. And then if they passed in a color, we'll also make sure we add the color. This will be like a hex value, most likely. And what else do you want from me? You want, we have the tenant. Client, do we make that required? Clients should be optional for a project. Okay, so here, the client really needs to be optional, right? We don't need to have it associated to a client if we don't want to. You could just do the entire thing by having projects instead of clients. Maybe you only have a single client ever. Maybe you just want to organize things by project, so you don't need to use a client. So we need to change that and then generate our Prisma schema again. So here we will go ahead and add the Prisma change, git add Prisma, and then Prisma will do make client optional. And then it should have generated our client again. So we shouldn't need to do anything about that, but we will want to refresh the types by clicking into it. Visual Studio Code just is slow to refresh the Prisma type. So if you like control click into it and it pulls up the index.d.ts file, it'll refresh it for you. So now we have our project that we have created with this information. So we pass in the tenant, name, color, and because we didn't have any clients associated here, we're not going to pass them in right here. We'll get back to that in a second. And so now we have our project that we've created, and assuming that works successfully, we are going to want to redirect the user to the project ID page. And so this will be where they can see the details of the project that they just created. And there's a potential that we're going to want to also revalidate the project's list page, because that's no longer valid anymore, right? Now that we had a list of projects, if you create a new one, you need to say like, okay, that page needs to refresh. So we want to revalidate the project's path. And there's an argument too for other paths, but I think this all goes back to that bug we talked about in the beginning. And no matter what we do here, it's going to be broken. So let's wait for them to fix the bug and just assume we have to do something like this, and we'll figure it out nitty-gritty detail-wise in a little bit. All right. So now we have our create project function here, and all we have to do to wire this entire thing up is just set it to the action. And now when the user does this, it'll automatically call this, it'll get the session, it'll create the project, and then it'll redirect us to the project ID. So let's refresh this. We stopped our dev server. Let's start our dev server. Let's go back. Because we have everything built as URLs, we can just refresh the page and it's right back here. So this is going to be my first project, and we'll not worry about the color right now, although the color picker does look like this, which like is pretty cool. You know, it'd be really cool. It'd be really cool if we had like a tailwind color picker, right? So something like this, but like a color picker. So you can be like, well, I don't want every color in the world. I just want the good colors. Pick one of these. Anyways, let's create the project, look at the network. If this works successfully, we will be redirected to a 404 because we haven't built that page yet. So create. All right. I love it. So here's our new project route, right? Projects, and here's the ID. It's a 404. We haven't built this page yet, but we can go check out our database and jump into time tracker database, and we can see our project here. My first project, created that, updated that, no client, and there's a default color, which actually I think that is like red, which means it worked properly. So awesome. Can I put use server in a function to run it on the server side in a page that has use client at the top of the page? Great question, Nicholas. The answer is not exactly. So for a server function to be defined, it has to be defined within either its own file that has use server at the top of it, and then every function is going to be a server action or a server function, or you can define it within a React server component, and then it will work if you pass it in. So if you have a file that's use client, you have to define the server action in a separate file that does not have use client. And then you can just import the function, like literally just import it and pass it to the client component, and you can call it that way. So our project section is coming along quite nicely. We now can create a project and we can list the projects. So if we go here and go back to the list view, we have my first project being, listed is generous, but here it is. And you can see the URL wants to go back to that same 404. So that's perfect. So now we can go ahead and build out the detail page in like this split view, and then we'll probably be able to do some work on the other pages here. So we're doing a dynamic route. So we're going to pull the ID from the URL, and that's going to be the detail page here. And this detail page is going to have a layout that we apply to it. And so the layout is going to be a split layout. We're going to borrow this from a hot sec and edit it to do what we need it to do. So we're going to call it projects layout. So for the projects layout, the idea here is we have all of the projects listed on the left and the details of the project listed on the right. And so the layout itself will define how this works. And so instead of looking up clients, we're going to look up the project, and we're going to order by, created that, so it's consistent. And then the outer container is a general container that's centered and it's flexible, so it's going to take up the entire space with some space in between it, right? And then we have two children. We have the left side, which takes up half the width, and that's going to be our list. And then we have the right side, which is going to be the detail view, which is passed in through this layout as the children, and that's going to be what the page is itself. So this page, the detail page, is going to be passed into the layout, and it'll be the children. And then when we do the edit page, it too will be the children that's passed through this layout. So what we want to do is we want to borrow our project list here, and that's going to be what we put into our layout right here. So we can just do project list, and we'll just pass in the projects as the projects that we pull out here. And because the layout also is a React server component, we can go ahead and just call our database directly and have it work. Hey Dadbog Games, welcome back. Remember all that layout bull crap we were figuring out before and how like it wasn't refreshing? Turns out it's just a bug in next.js in the server actions. So we're just gonna let them fix that, and we're gonna move on, and we're gonna see how it goes. Can I get some F's in the chat? Yeah. I'm just like, oh God. So we're doing the same thing, but we're gonna go a little more detailed in this way. So now we have this project layout, and let's do the page here. So export default async function. This is project detail page. And here we have the params, right? And the params is this ID that we're passing in. And so we want to pull out the ID so we can look up the project that we want to show the details on. So the first thing we're going to do is we're just going to do two things. One, we're going to get our user session, as we always do. And then we're going to get the project from Prisma. So Prisma, pull you in. Project, find. I think we just want find first. Where the tenant ID is the user tenant ID. And we're going to find it by ID as well. So the ID here is params ID. Now the reason, right, we're passing in the ID here in the project detail page. And so that's going to be in the URL. But whenever you're looking stuff up, especially straight from the database, right, you need to make sure that you're always scoping it to whatever user or tenant this belongs to. And so if you didn't do this, someone could like find what ID somebody else's project used, put it in the URL, and you could pull out that information. So here, if we're going to have our project, we're always scoping it by tenant ID. And if you try to look up, an ID that belongs to somebody else, it's going to return a null object. We're not going to find this project. And so we won't show and leak user information, project information to someone who shouldn't see it. Yiggy, Ethan, are you going to use error and loading files? Yes, we are. We're going to do that right now as we build out this page. So this is our detail page, right? Project detail. We're just going to show a little bit of information here. Nothing too crazy. Again, we're making it functional first, and then we're going to make it prettier later. So we're going to show the project name, and we probably will show the list of clients as well. So let's go ahead and include that in the code, right? So here we want to include all the client information. So now we can do project.clients. And we'll just list them out by name, right? And we can just have this be the client ID. So oh, the project's only going to belong to one client. We talked about that, didn't we? Right. So what we'll do here is, instead of mapping it, forgot my schema was already, we will do project.client, right? If this exists, then we'll go ahead and just show that information. Something like that. And so now we don't need any of this. So what it's yelling at here is it's saying project is possibly null, because when we look up the project, well, if you typed in a fake ID or something, we're not going to find a project, right? So the project can be null when we look it up. And this is where Yiggy, what we're going to do, right? We're going to say, okay, if not project, throw not found. So not found is this throw function from next navigation. And when you throw this specific thing, it's going to redirect the user in this route segment to the 404/not found page. So let's go ahead and check at those docs real quick, if anyone is unfamiliar with how this works. So in the routing, we have a bunch of special files, right? So we're using the layout to make our 2-column layout. The page makes a page visible. We're going to use loading in a second, which just shows a loading state while things load. And then there's a not found for the UI for a segment and its children. So we can do a not found page at the same level, and it's used to render a user interface when the not found function is thrown within a route segment. So here, this is exactly what we pulled in, right? We can basically just invoke import not found to be like, hey, we looked for the user, but like we didn't find it, right? And so the not found page is a very basic page that basically says like, sorry, could not find what you were looking for. So we're going to do project not found here. And it's important to know, it's actually, okay, this one can be a server component. Could not find that project. And then we'll do view all projects. And so here we'll just borrow their terminology and redirect them to the projects page once again. And so this way, when you go to look at a detail, if you don't find it, we're appropriately throwing not found. So we're handling it right here. And now we don't need any of the conditionals around the project in the page itself, which cleans up a lot of that code and makes it very, very straightforward to manage like the details here. So let's go ahead and test this. Refresh, see where we're at. My first project. Okay, awesome. So it doesn't look, that amazing, but we have our list view on the left, and we have the project detail page on the right, and this is the name, and there was no client, so we're not showing any client, right? And so now if we change the ID, right? The most common use case here is not changing an ID, but the most common use case is somebody makes a project, makes a resource, they share that URL with somebody, and then later the resource is deleted. So someone clicks the link, it comes back to your application, it's not found. So let's just pretend like that happened by, pulling up a random ID. And now we have the not found segment built into this split view, right? So when we come back and do a little styling here, we can make this centered, make it nice and big, show not found. And then this is a link, even though it doesn't look like a link, to view all projects, and you click it and you go back to the list of all the projects. So it's really kind of this nice, elegant way of pulling in everything all together by handling, the not found state of your application. Now there's another state that we're gonna have to handle, right? So not found is one, but the other state is what happens if something catastrophically explodes here? And so what that looks like is, regardless of what happened, we're just going to throw an error saying exploded, right? And so this is going to be most frequently if your database connection has a blip, or that's probably the most common, right? Something happens where Prisma here or your Git user session, one of these things explodes. And when it explodes, it's going to throw an error. And so now we get this, right? Which is not ideal because it just kind of explodes all over the place. And in production, instead of showing this page, it'll show just a 500 at the global scope to be well, sorry, we tried, it exploded, nothing we can do. Except there is something we can do. One of the other file conventions here is the error, which handles an error for that UI segment and any children. And so, how this routing works is the deeper down your stack an error occurs, it'll bubble up until it hits one of these error boundaries. And if it doesn't hit one at all, it goes all the way to the top level and just throws a 500, and you get that 500 page from Vercel or wherever else you're hosting it. But if we're expecting something to might throw an error, we can handle that much more gracefully, much closer to where it is. And this is the amazing power of declarative code, right? Where to handle this error, all I have to do is define an error.tsx.js file. And then it will add in that boundary and handle the error. And this is really useful if you're trying to hit external APIs, because you never know when they're going to go down, right? And if fetch can't connect to the resource, it's going to throw an error and say, network issue, can't connect to the resource. And so you'll want to handle those as close as you can to where you're doing these calls, so you can then gracefully show your user what happened. Now, an error page has to be a client component, and it gives us the error message, whatever it threw, and then it also gives us this function to reset. And resetting just reloads the segment, so you can try again, basically. So we're going to borrow their error page here, and error.tsx, and we're going to paste it in. We're going to get rid of that comment. We have error and reset passed in. So here we're just logging the error. We'll get rid of that in a second, but we want to take a look at what this is. And now we have, something went wrong, and you can try to reset it. So we're going to save this. We're going to go back to our time tracker and do a hard refresh. And so now this is the page that we get, right? We don't lose everything. It doesn't catastrophically explode. We don't get a 500 error in production. Instead, it says, something went wrong. And you can try again by clicking the button to do a refresh to try and make it happen. And if you're dealing with something that's a little flaky, basically anything over a network, having the ability to just click try again is super, super nice. And I believe it might even be, because this is a client component, right? There might be a way to store, I guess you could just use local storage if you had to, right? You could store some amount of information here to be it looks like you've tried clicking the button a few times and it didn't work. maybe you should take a break and get some coffee and come back later because it's just catastrophically broken. So here, we're not going to worry about logging the error. We're just going to show this and clean this up. So this is our error page. So now we refresh. We get this. It's, we have the error captured by the boundary. And now we can go back to our code, which is throwing this, right? And get rid of that. Refresh. And now we're handling the project not being found, very common. We're handling flaky connections and having some error occur when we try to look up the project details. Happens. And the next thing we want to do is we want to handle the ability for our connection to be slow. Now, here we're developing locally, and production we're running pretty lean and mean, right? So if I refresh the page, there's like no loading state. Like, it hits the database, pulls the data out instantly. But that's not always going to be the case. So we're going to add a sleep method to simulate this real quick. And this is just going to basically do nothing and sleep. So here, we're going to await some sleepy time. And we'll do like 4 seconds. And so we'll refresh. And the entire page just takes 4 seconds to load. If you look in our network and do a refresh, we just penned for 4 seconds, right? And so what we want is we want to show a loading page if this is taking a little bit. So we can add in a loading file, which will do this for us. And of course, it yelled at me, but file conventions. Jump back to a loading, right? Loading and UI streaming. And so instead of just waiting forever, we can show an instant loading state and then show the content. Eduardo, is there any other strategy to filter tenants on queries? Ideas to avoid having a query that forgets to filter and then return? Yes, Eduardo. The other way that I've seen this work is by using Postgres or some other databases, row level security. And so with row level security, this is what Supabase does, right? Their entire thing is built around this. With row level security, you invoke row level security on a table, which shuts the entire thing down. And then you have to pass in the user session to your database, and it will look up the information in the session and then can filter what rows you see on the table based on that. And so that's how you can be like, okay, by default, you see nothing, right? It kind of switches the paradigm around. It says, instead of by default, you see everything and you have to pass in a query, it says by default, you see nothing and you have to pass in some information or a query to get that information out. Now, either way, this isn't foolproof because you can just forget to invoke row level security on a table. Or, you can add row level security, but then your application could pass incorrect data. So like fundamentally, you really just need to decide where you want to exercise this sort of control and then make sure you test it and, go through the appropriate code reviews appropriately. For this app, we're not going to be using row level security, but I want to do that as another example. So I think our next SaaS application, I'm going to switch to using Supabase and do row level security on that. But what it ends up being is a lot of your logic has to live in the database. Like it just has to. So like finding stuff has to live in the database, creating things has to live in the database. Like everything has rules upon rules upon rules, and all those rules are defined in the database. So I'm not doing that right now, but that is the way that you can do it. The thing that I get caught up a little bit is like, then you need to basically have all of the logic and testing and everything around your database. And I haven't done enough exploring of like what that tooling looks like. I posted a comment on this on Hacker News a while ago, a couple months, being like, what were people's experience? And I got very mixed opinions about the entire thing. So this is like the quick and dirty way. And then next time around, we'll go ahead and do road level security. But what you're going to see there is you're going to see a lot of SQL. So if you love SQL, stick around. And we'll have ChatGPT write it all. So the loading component can look pretty simple. And so what we'll do here for right now is we will import, we'll do loader2, and we'll make this flex justify center width full, so we're kind of like stretch it all out. And then we'll pass in loader2, and we'll do size like 32, and then class name will animate spin it. If I had the time, I'd race your GPT and win. Dadbod, if you are saying you are a SQL expert, then I need to have you stick around forever, and we can write some SQL together. Yes, it can get tricky. Moving logic to the database will lock you into the database. I always get thinking things. I mean, it locks you in that like it's gonna be painful for you to like switch from Postgres to like SQL Server or like to some other database. But I really don't think you want to be switching databases anyways, right? I think the risk of that is relatively low. I would definitely say I'm an expert at the SQL. Oh my God. Those are words I would never expect anyone to say. Yiggy, can you show how you split the screens again in the layout? Yes. So here in our projects, in the detail view, we have the projects layout. And so this is like the DOM, where we have our container, and this just kind of sets like the big wide container, everything. And then we have two children. So one goes on the left because we're using Flex. So it's going to be the first one here, and it has half the page taken up, and that has our list of projects. And then on the right, we have something that takes up the rest of the space, the remainder of it, and that has the children, which will be whatever page comes, you know, here or underneath the layout for like the edit page. So here's our loading state. So now we can go back to our project detail view. And this is where we have our little sleepy. So in theory, when we refresh here, it will instantly show the loading state, which will be a little spinner. And then once this finishes loading, it will show the details. How cool is that? The thing that really blows me away is just how easy that was to get such a crazy powerful feature. Right? We have React streaming, we have React suspense, we have our error boundaries, we have our loading state. We basically did like such minimal amount of work to get to a point where if your connection is slow in any way, we can show that loading state and have it work. And so if we go to like projects new and create a new project, so we're gonna do, second project. So original here, Dadbod project, right? We have, I want these reversed. We have first project, we have second project. So it's loading, right, the second project, and then you go, click first project. Like everything else just works. And if that takes a little bit of time, it automatically shows the loading state, and then it caches it, right? So now clicking between them is instantaneous. So again, refresh, The first project takes a little bit of time to load. So we loaded second project here. We click first project. It takes a little bit of time to load, 4 seconds to be exact. And now they're both cached. So until something changes, we don't have that long loading time anymore. And it all just kind of works. Shad UI has a skeleton component that we could use in place of loading icons. Yes, definitely. So if you just jump over to Shad UI and jump into the components and you go down to skeleton, you could grab something like that. The reason I don't do this is we're not 100% done with figuring out like what the UI looks like. And you want the skeleton to look just like the content, right? So until we kind of figure out exactly what we want here and there, we're not gonna go and get too finicky with the skeleton. But the code's the same, right? It's like this, you would just take this exact code for the skeleton demo and put it into your loader. And you just need to make sure that your loader content, right, whatever this is, looks the same as your page. Now, when you're thinking about velocity and building projects and everything, whenever you change your page, you now have to change your loading skeleton, or, you know, build it in such a way that these two things kind of mimic each other. So there is something to be said about just saying like, keep the loading state stupid simple, and then you don't need to change the loading state every time you change something else. Water break. Stay hydrated. Made SQL my career until second baby was born a year ago. Then next.js existed. Wait, Dadbot, I have a consultancy around custom software dev, and I do next.js, but I don't have a second baby. I just have one baby. But he's so cute. Oh my goodness. Stay hydrated. Like, get out of here. I need a quote wall. That's awesome, Yugi. I'm hydrating like SSR. Oh. Okay. So. We're almost done with this kind of section. So this has, I've had your channels like everyone should follow this, guys. I don't know if you're the best judge of that, Dadbot. It sounds like you and I are doing very similar things, and so we probably think relatively similar as well. But hey, I love making friends on the internet, so I'm glad we met. Now we need to edit our projects. That's like the last thing here. Not biased. No bias happening. So we need to edit our projects and also delete the project. So how we do that on the client page, so once I have a client, Dadbot client. Once we have a client, right, now we have like this little drop down. We're taking the menu, we can edit it, we can delete it, and that will allow us to kind of manage the client. And so we're gonna do a very similar thing here with a little drop down. Obviously, where you can, you want to keep your application consistent. This will not only make your life easier, but allow you to build together more common components that your application uses. And it also teaches your users how to use your app, right? They understand like, oh, I go to clients, I click create, I click this, I click edit, right? Like, and then when they go to do a project, you know, it should be the same, assuming like the resources are roughly the same. And so you're teaching them how to use it. And then of course, consistency wise, if that's how other web apps work, people just kind of drop in and they know how your app functions and there aren't really any surprises. And so the things that we're doing and building, you know, we're having some fun with like the split screen view, and it's pretty easy on mobile to just have like a single page view. And so we'll be able to make sure our app is just consistent across the entire thing. So editing a project means on our detail page, which is here, what we want to do is we want to add in our little menu. So we're going to borrow from our clients menu. And for now, we're going to copy and paste, although there's obviously an argument very soon to pull out some of this stuff into its own components. But I like to follow the rule of 3 for this sort of stuff, where do it 3 times before you decide to turn it into something more abstract or more generic. The first time you do it, you're just like, it works for that use case. The second time you do it, you're like, okay, maybe there's something here. But if you have to change things in between, like, it's no good. Your abstraction is wrong. So I'm gonna wait until I do this for a 3rd time before I pull it all out and say like, okay, yes, we have something here. Let's go ahead and make this into a common component. So we're now importing our drop-down information. We have a link here, which is going to take us to projects, project ID edit. And we're also going to change this to be full width, so it's more clickable. The delete option is going to call a delete call for us. So we're just going to keep importing all of this and change it. Project, dialog description. We should want to permanently delete this project. And then the action is destructive delete. And then we have delete project is what we're going to call, right? Save that. And then we need to write the function. So this is a server function again. And I think we might actually be able to just do not found here as well and see what happens. Although this really should never get to this point. And then we're going to await our Prisma call to delete it. And we're deleting it where the tenant ID is that. And the ID is, of course, params.id. Pass that in. And then once you've deleted it, right, we're going to redirect back to the project page. And this is a bug again. We need to revalidate that because we need to refresh the information because we need to repull the information from Prisma to say like, hey, that project that we just deleted should not show up in this list. Please use control plus space. What does control plus space do? I have my command. This is my raycast. All right, refresh. Oh. What here is a Radix UI create context, blah, 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 blah. Something here is a client component now. The React dialog. I could have sworn though, if we look at our other page, this one is not. What did I import? Page, did I import something from Radix accidentally? Dialog button. Yeah, dialog title got imported from the wrong one. Refresh. Problem solved. All right, now let's just do a little bit of styling here within this top div. Flex, justify between, items center. So now we have our project detail and the button is over here. So now you can click this, right? This is now full width, so you can click edit anywhere. This will take us to projects ID edit. And if you click delete, do you want to delete this project? And if we click delete, it should delete it. It's gone. So now we need to put a link for our projects page to create a new project, but I'm going to come back to that in a second. So we want to change it up a little bit. So my first project, here we go. We can click edit to edit it, and we need to now build our edit page. So within here, we're going to do new file, edit page.tsx, right? So this is within the detail view still. So you can like keep the list of everything to the left, and you can have the edit page here. So this is export default async function edit project page. We still have the params, right? And that is going to be the ID as well. And so we can just look at what we did here to pull in the project that we're going to be editing. So we grab the user session, use Prisma to pull it out where the tenant ID is here. We're including the client because you might want to change the client information. So basically the edit page should be the same as the create page. And they're so similar, in fact, generally, that the edit page most of the time is just the create page that's been hydrated with information. So, so you can basically use those pages interchangeably and like turn the entire form into a component and then either pass in information or handlers or not. That's another optimization that we will look at making in the future. But for now, we'll just have a basic edit page because we haven't done this enough to know exactly what we would want to see. So we'll do edit project. Keep getting my projects and clients mixed up. And we will have our new, right? We'll grab this. So this is edit project. Again, because it's so similar, we will definitely make optimizations to combine all this, right? Because when you change one, you don't really want to have to go and change the other. So it's just like a couple names we're changing here and there. Prime candidate for optimization. Also, we have the same thing here, right? Where if we don't find the project, we want to call not found. And here, this should bubble up and show the not found page from the route, like the route segment that comes before it. So we don't need to redefine this not found page, assuming the not found error is going to be the same. And we'll test that out in a second. And then we will have our server function. So async function edit project, use server. We will capture, we don't actually need to do that, right? We can just do await Prisma project update, where this is going to be update many, even though we're basically just targeting one, because the ID will be that, and we'll use the tenant ID from the user to filter it. And then the data is going to be the name and the color, and then we'll do clients in a little bit. So edit project. This is where we ran into the bug last time. So we're just going to revalidate this and we know it's not going to work. And then we're going to redirect. Although I'll show the bug here just so everyone sees it. So we're going to revalidate the projects, and then we're going to eventually redirect them back up a level so they go from the edit page back to the detail page. So refresh. here we now in the edit project, just like we like. It's my first project. We're gonna put the name in here so we can actually do the default value is going to be the project.name, and this will be the default value of project.color, which might be null. So we'll just do an empty string. So here we now have my first project. We have the color here. I think edit is kind of weird. Let's do save. Like the action is saving, not editing it. And so now we can do like my first project. So in our split view, right, on the left is the detail list view. And when we change something here, we want it to refresh over there. So if I do my first project 2 and save it, you see that it properly refreshes. Like that's exactly what we want to have happen. But we're still on the edit page. Usually a user is not gonna need to like edit the thing multiple times. And if they click save, they want to know that their action was successful, which for us is going to be, you know, bringing them back to the detail view to say like, now you can look at the details. Like you've left the editing page. So we want to have the redirect work. And so now if we do it 3 and have like save, it catastrophically exploded. That's interesting. What just happened? Oh, well, I need to, okay. That doesn't count. Revert. I love my error boundaries though. So my first project, 4, save. Now you can see kind of how it's broken, right? It says my first project 4, and then over here it says my first project 3. But if we don't have the redirect, then it worked properly. And so this is the bug. And what needs to happen is both of those actions have to work. You have to invalidate it, so it rebuilds it, and then you also want to redirect. So when that's fixed, this will be fixed. For now, hard refresh, everything's back in sync. Revert button 2 then. Dadbot, that's an interesting question, right? So you go to edit, and like, would you put a revert button here in case like you're sitting here and your cat comes by and you end up with that? Because on one hand, you could have like a revert, a cancel. Cancel's probably, right? Like you haven't done anything yet. So if you're in this situation, right, you can just like cancel out of this. On the flip side, you can just hit the back button, and that also cancels out of it. Although I feel like users probably appreciate having like something actionable as opposed to clicking the back button. That's kind of my experience. Once you're on this page, right, you're just looking at the details. You're not in edit mode. Just don't think of the browser tools as app tools. Harish, are you still here? If Harish and I worked together, and like, man, we had so many discussions around what users think about for like using the browser as a tool versus what the application has to show. And yeah, I think I'm slowly getting to the point where your application that you're building, right, you should basically think of it as being like in a Chromeless browser. Like it could be an Electron app for all people care. Like there has to be a button people can click for every action. And even things like disclosure menus, some users don't understand them. They're like, oh, ... Like we can make it look more like a button. But even then they're like, I don't click those. I just don't click those. You know, so like probably makes sense when we have more actions to pull out like the primary action a user might do. It's crazy. I mean, it just comes down to a lot to like usability and testing things, and you know, yeah. Exactly. You could put a back arrow underneath the Chrome back arrow and people would suddenly understand how to use it. Like you see those, right? Like breadcrumbs are a huge thing because like a user's like, oh, I don't know how to get back. You're like, it's a back button in the browser. Like, have you ever clicked that in your life? They're like, I only use that in Google. Okay. What I wanted to show here, now that we're kind of finished the entire projects page, is I wanted to show that if you go to the edit page and you explode your ID, right, it bubbles up to that error boundary, and it also bubbled up to the loading state, right? And so in all of these situations, you don't need to redefine all of the special handlers if it's going to be very similar. So for building out something like this where, you know, most of the actions on the right-hand side here are all the same, they're all within the context of this project, we can just define all of those file conventions and states at the top level, and then we use them everywhere all over here. And so it saves us from having to duplicate even more code. Projects. There you go. The last thing I want to do for projects is I want to be able to connect a project to a client, and also we need to be able to create some projects. So let's commit here, which is a pretty good stopping place. Feature project management. We're pretty good. So it cleans up our entire, you know, user interface. And on the actual project page itself, I want to change how this works. So I want to get them into the split screen view as quickly as possible. I don't think there's a lot of benefit to having like this top level projects view, and then you click a project and then it does a split screen. Like that will be useful on mobile when we only want to show a list of projects and then each project can have their own page. But that's not really what we want here on desktop. Like when I go to the projects page, it should just bring me right here to like, here's the first project that you have with details and all that jazz, right? So what we're gonna do is on this page, we're actually gonna change kind of how this works. Not this page. Not the new page. This page, the projects page. The projects page is going to basically do one of two things. If we find a project, we're going to redirect the user to the first one. If I can type this correctly. Why would you do that? Why would you read navigation, right? So on the projects page, we're going to load up all the projects, and then this is ascending, right? In our layout, yep. And then if we do have projects, we'll redirect them here. And if we don't have projects, what we can do is just show the blank slate. And so now if you go to projects, it'll redirect you to, oh, here's the first project, right? And so now in our layout page, we can make this a little nicer, and we can say like project list, and we want to have like create button as well. So we will, put that in here, and then do button as child link. We'll create a new project, right? And then we'll make it same thing, flex, item center, justify between. So on the project layout now, we have like this project list, which should be probably a little bigger. Class, let's do text 2XL, just make it, yeah, project list. And we can create a project, and otherwise it's like, oh, here's your detail of the first project, right? And so we've already selected this. And you can now go and like check out what you want to do here, and you can create a project and do second project, create it. And now we're already showing the details of the second project, right? And you can click in between these and you can see them all, and it all just kind of works. Melanated thought, the description for the link and the repo and the GitHub project and everything is in the description. So go ahead and check that and go through my blog, and then you should be able to grab it. Otherwise, I can post it in a little bit here. So now we have our project list, and that kind of works the way we want it. So the big thing now is when you create and edit a project, right? You want to be able to select the clients that this project goes to, or client. So we have one client. Let's create another one for testing. Second client. Great. Okay, we got two clients, projects. Now I want to create a new project, and I want it to be a associated project, right? So now we want to have like a section for clients. And so there's a lot of ways to do this. And we're gonna do slightly quick and dirty to start as usual. Look at our UI. And then we will do some refinement later for people who really want to stick around to make it a lot better. The key here is like things to consider, I guess, for this sort of stuff is you are doing a selection. So you want to be selecting what the client is, right, for this project. And we said one project will belong to one client, and a client could have many projects. So we only need to let the user select one. However, there could be a lot of clients. And especially as you're building out like enterprise level SaaS, or even, you know, if some reasonably large, medium-sized even agency, right, like decided to use your product, a time tracker, they would sign up and they'd say, okay, well, let's add our clients in. And you'd like, okay, cool. How many clients do you have? And they go, oh, we have 600. And you're like, oh, well, I have a little drop down, right? You're like, let's see. I have a select for what client you want. And this works great for like 5. And it works pretty good for 10. And it does not work at all for 600. Just absolutely, catastrophically does not work. So if your application is going to have that level of usage, you need to think ahead about how you can do it. And you probably want something like a combo box, right? Where you can search all of these things. And if you have, like this works probably pretty good up to 100. And then what you need to start considering is you need to start considering how can I do all that searching on the database side, right? On the server side, because I don't want to pull out every single client or resource the user might want to use. Instead, I want to do all that searching, especially when your searching gets more complicated and you have Elasticsearch clusters and other sorts of means to do a complicated search, right? Then you're going to want to have something that can do this asynchronously as well. But for now, we don't have that. This is kind of cute. This is like very linear, right? I don't want that. But I basically want this, where these things will be pulled And we will simply, we don't need the form schema. We don't need on submit. We don't need a lot of this, but we do need the form field. So let's go ahead and install. I think we have popover already, so we need to install command. So let's go ahead and do that. Good. Let's restart the dev server, jump back into this. So we're going to do this for the new page first, and then we'll copy our code over to the edit page. Again, clearly when you're copying code like this, it is a good way to be like, let's build this out into its own component. We're going to do that in a little bit. We're not going to do it right now. So this also, this particular one looks like it has to be a client component, but I wonder what exactly that is from. Probably the Zod framework here. This is using React hook form. We don't need to use that. So I'm going to copy this, and then we're going to rip out what we need here, and we're going to see how it goes. Because we want, right, we don't want to, we don't need you, we need you. I don't think I need the form stuff here, because we're just going to use our own input, right? We already have this. I don't want Zod, I'm not using that, and we're not using the resolver. So I really just want these things. Add that here. And we have our color associated with it and here, so we'll do client, and we'll toss our code in here. So here you pull out languages. These are the values, right? They have a label and a value. For us, that's going to be clients, right? So const clients equals await Prisma client find many, and we're finding them where the tenant ID is the user. So now we have all of our clients, and this has it by label value. So we'll go ahead and map it to the same thing. Just to make it easy, so we'll just map this to label, which is the name, and then the value is client.id, right? So now we have our clients, which are value label combinations. So that's this. So we can delete that. I hope we don't need that. We don't need a form schema. So we don't need any of this. We already have this. So we have our form. We're going to basically pull that out. They use a form field here with a render form item pop over. So we kind of want this, right? We're going to use a label. For client, and we're going to grab our popover and our popover trigger and all of this content. And we're going to see if we can smash this into React Server Actions. So a form control here. Don't think I need the field value stuff. Languages find field value this. And then the command group, maybe this does need to be a client component. Hoping not. Right, this is now going to be clients. Cannot find clients. They're right there. Client. This is client. This is client. And you're doing on select for the command item. This looks like it might need to be a client component. I don't think we can get away with just doing this as a React server component, unless we do just like a select, which we could do, which might be easier to get started with, unfortunately, right? All right, fine. We'll come back to that because I want to make that work, but this will be much quicker. Oh, it's the wrong thing to copy. Oh, there's a drop down now? Is that always the case? Guess I've never actually copied one of those. Shad UI error. We'll try again. What? Do it. Install. All right. We will come back to the popover combo box. Sorry, friends. I don't want to go through all the terrible, terrible trouble of making that a client component just to get it to work in our form. We will make it work, just not at the exact moment. Select trigger, value, component. This is going to be assign a client. And then the content can all be in one group. That's fine. We don't really need clients in all these places, so we'll probably remove some of them, but let's just see what this looks like. And this is going to be clients.map. Oh, we did this in the server function. I was like, what's happening? We need to do it here instead. Now we can client map our clients, and this will be select item, value is value key. Perfect. And just like that. So that's good. That's good. That's not needed. Save. All right. Let's see what this looks like. Refresh. Start the dev server. I know I don't need to stop the dev server, but sometimes it's really nice to just be like, well, I'm just going to assume that it's going to break every once in a while, and it's nice to restart it. So in our new project page, project, assign all this, you can now do a client. And if we click a client, it'll select that, which is perfect. And so now in our project, right, when we go ahead and create it, we want to add in the client ID. And so that's what we should be getting here in the select. What we need to make sure we're doing is setting the name appropriately. So we'll just call this client. And to make sure the information is all what we expect, we're going to console.log the project data when we create the new one. So refresh, make sure we're all good. Project name. This is going to be time tracker, I guess. We'll do like some middle brown color, and we'll do dadbot client create. Ooh, it worked. We know it worked because we can see name client value. Here's our client ID. Again, it's so nice knowing that that ID belongs to a client, right? It's not a project, it's not a user, it's not a tenant. It's a CLI client. Like, that is just so useful for debugging. And then in our project detail, we have the client listed right here. So we know that worked as well. Now, there's something to be said about it. Once you click this, there's no way to unselect it. right? So we can add in a select item right here. And this is where a combo box would be better, to have it be like value none. We'll just make it an empty string. And then here we can say, if you get this, we'll pull this out, right? So now we can say like, right? If there is a client, if it's not an empty string, then use it. Otherwise, set undefined so it doesn't tie those together. And so now, if we were to create a new project, first of all, the default value should be some sort of undefined, right? So if we click create, the client value is nothing. There's nothing there. This is exactly what you want to see. And you create another one, you can now click none. If you were like, oh, dad bod, oh, second client, oh, none, never mind. And you click create here, you get the same thing. So it's very easy to like deselect, right? What exactly is happening. And now that means in the edit page, we can pull over everything in this div. Import everything from components, the content, components. It'd be great if it just like automatically did this. And we need to fetch the clients here as well. So get the project, get the clients, map them all, and then in the edit actual function, right, you want to set this no matter what. Because either it's going to be like an empty string, well, we don't want to set it to an empty string. What you want to do is you want to say, I guess we'll do something similar, but slightly different, right? You want to say here, the client ID is either the client or we want to unset it. So we'll set it to null. And so now if we have, right, time tracker, which is the dad bod client, if you edit it, we need to pre-assign that. Let's go and fix that. So the default value, does it have a default? Yep, default value here is the project dot client ID, or nothing. Hey Zoki, came by to say hello. Awesome, great to see you. Thanks for stopping by and saying hi. So editing the project, now you have this, the client now appropriately fills in, right? And so if you set it to none and you go to save it, what we want it to do is unset the client. And so you click save, and now there's no more client for our time tracker, right? And click edit, and now you can re-add it and click save. And now you have the full circle of being able to add, set, delete, remove, clear, everything for all of the properties for your project. Awesome. Woo. Hydrate. So that's pretty good. Like SSR. My water bottle leaks. So if I'm not careful, I'm gonna spill all over myself, and then I'm just gonna have dots on myself on stream. It's very dangerous. I should probably get a new water bottle that does not leak. Oh, okay. So one of the big things we can do now, right, is we can go revisit clients and kind of refresh that entire thing. We've added a bunch of extra features to the project view. And when you're looking at a client, you probably want to be able to like edit some projects too. But I think it might be more fun in terms of building stuff out to do maybe the profile drop down, add in like the log out functionality, add in a profile page so you can go check out your profile, and that'll be sort of the beginnings of some sort of rough admin section, right? This is a multi-tenant app. Your user might belong to teams, and so looking at like that sort of functionality, which is very common across all sorts of business related SaaS apps, right? So starting a little bit in that area. And then I guess before we go too deep there, it might be good to revisit the time tracker real quick and actually add in using the clients and the projects, which probably involve, now that I'm saying this out loud, getting that combo box to work no matter what. So maybe we just end up doing that sort of thing. So that's kind of what I have in mind. Oh, drop down menu. So we might end up doing that anyways. Let's see. What about playing around with Shad UI? Show the middleware function for auth. Yes, I can show that. It's the most boring of ways. We're protecting everything. So one of the videos I'm gonna make in the future is using next-auth with other middleware, like Next International. Here, this is basically everything we need to do until we add in like the marketing pages, right? And then you're gonna export the configuration, and it's going to be like the matcher. Wow. Right? And we'll just match the routes underneath the app. The middleware function for auth session. Well, this is the middleware, right, for protecting your application. So we're just using the next-auth middleware, that using the default thing, and that'll protect the entire app. If you're looking for like any of the next-auth workings, this is basically what we have here for setting up our session JWT. And you can take a look at all that in the last video or the first one. We kind of run through all of that stuff and set it up. I am going to run to the bio for a quick sec and then come back. And when we come back, I think I will do the time tracking update, and then we'll do some profile stuff, and then we'll see how far we are. So stay tuned, ask any questions, and I will be right back. All right. We've made it. We've made it back. Let's go ahead and commit everything that we have right now. Project management finished. We'll push that. And make sure our database on production is up to date. We are good. Everything is looking great. So what we want to do now is back to our core part of time tracking, right? Track, what are you working on? We can type stuff in here, which is fantastic, but we can't currently add our projects or our clients, right? So you kind of need a little bit of project management going on. And so I think the easiest way to do that is going to be to add in basically little buttons that you can click to set that. So you can like type it in and then you can say, okay, we want to set the client, we want to set the project. Let's go ahead and add both of those. And then when you click start, it'll add them. And you should be able to add them later as well, sort of as it's going, right? So if you just do like time tracker live and you click start, then you should be able to set them after the fact, right? And have it just automatically update. So there's really no order you have to do this in. And if you don't even have a name, potentially just start tracking, right? And then it will, you can update everything kind of as you go. So let's close out of all of this. Go back to the core of the application, which is this track page. And there's a lot to kind of probably figure out here, but in general, we have our new activity, and this has start activity, and we have stop activity, and this is like the entire form we're kind of working with. So we can do something similar, although it's not the greatest, right? We can just use our select and have just like an icon as the way to select it. We know that's going to work, and then maybe swap in a combo box after that. So we have our form here, and it might be interesting to change this to have it work a little differently. But we'll get to that in a second. So what we want to do is, if we have the activity duration or not, we basically want to add in a new select here. And so we just kind of built this. So we'll take a look at our project page, and we want to pull in the select like this. And on the track page, we will toss it in. And so we want to be able to select either the project or the client. We're not going to have anything here. We won't have a placeholder. Select value. No. What I think we want is let's find an icon to use. So we're using React Lucid icon. So for a client, let's do clients first. Little blue input looks lonely. Let's do a person, right? Maybe like a user. Maybe like client representing a person, right? There's no client icon, yeah. So like a person, or it could be like an organization, like a building. Maybe that's building, right? Building 2. Building 2 looks nice. Let's try building 2. So building 2, size. Yeah, we might not actually need this stat bod. Let me look at that in a second with fresh eyes. Now that we are masters of server actions, Just took, you know, how long have I been doing this? 10 hours? We want to pull in the clients that we have. So here on new activity, we're passing in the current activity. So let's just keep this the same to pull all the information in the same place. So we'll just do the clients. And so now on the track page, we're getting the current activity. We will also grab the clients. So await Prisma, client, find many, where tenant ID equals that. And we can pass it right into the activity. So current activity and then clients, easy peasy. Back to the top, we now have access to our clients, even though there might not be any, that's okay. And then here we can just do the ID, right, which is, and then the names. We don't need to do all that mapping stuff. We probably don't need to do it in the other place. Anyways, we'll keep none, so if the user does select something, they can deselect something. So what this input did, right, was we added in the activity ID into the form so it would be available in the start activity data to say like, oh, here is the data.getID. But I think we can probably just do activity.id, right? And if you're stopping the activity and there is no activity, then that's just like a catastrophic error. So I think we might be able to do that, and then we can get rid of that input. What do you think? Oh yeah, check out that sweet, sweet, sweet trigger. So this trigger, we have it in our components as like a whole button type thing, right? But I think we just want to, can I just do like width tiny? Yeah. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's not bad, right? It's not bad. Well, that's not the worst thing in the world. I've seen worse. Shit, Ethan says. So time tracker live, now you can like select this. Of course, we need to update all these, but that's okay. And so when we stop the activity, now that we're not even doing any of this, right? I think I can just, it should have the activity passed in. So if I just stop it, no, it catastrophic exploded. Cannot read properties of null. Wait. So it can't read activity.id, but if not activity, shouldn't that have returned? Shouldn't have just done nothing? That doesn't make any sense. Refresh. Oh no, this is something different. Page 43. Clients, if there's nothing there, these won't map. Track page 43. I did await these, right? So this should be fine. Console.log. Should get all our clients just fine. Here's our clients. Client 1, client 2. That's all good. Track page 43 TSX, which of course brings you to this line of code, which is super useful. Data get ID string. That's the other thing we changed, right? Okay. That did catastrophically explode. So if not activity return, But then when we tried to use activity, which is passed into here, it was null. So this wasn't being refreshed after we revalidated it, such that we didn't get the new activity. That's the best I got. So we will keep that the same for now, instead of trying to get rid of it. But that's what it's doing, right? We're basically just saying pass in the activity ID so we can stop it. If I can pull that out of the props, then I can do it that way too. So let's go ahead and just add in the project right now too, since we're here. Whatever project we're on, keep it the same size. We need an icon for project. I think like a folder is pretty common here, right? For like a project type thing. Let's do folder Kanban. Oh God, flashbacks. Folder get, folder root, projector. None of these really speak to me. I guess folder open. I guess folder open dot, everything else can be the same, and then this will do project. None can still exist. So now up here we want to pass in the projects, right? So projects, project. And so when we load up the page, we're going to grab all those as well. Because we're grabbing all this information from the database, right? It might make sense. If we don't load all this information, the user can't really do that much. It probably makes the most sense to put these data fetches into their own components and wrap them in suspense boundaries so they can kind of load asynchronously. But that's a problem for another day. So get all the projects that the user has as well, and then pass them in. And so here, instead of doing all the client stuff, we can use projects. And so this will be project ID and name once we pass it into here. And so now, if we go back to our time tracker, we have a client and we have a bunch of projects. And they stay selected. And this is tracker, which means when we create the activity, we can now add all these in, right? We can do the client ID, and we can do the project. I want to do that. For the create input, right? Oh, it's going to potentially create the client, but we want to connect it, right? So those will already be created. So instead of doing just the IDs, we'll do clients, connect, ID. Oh, I thought it was client. Data, create input, client. Yeah, okay. The autocomplete's just wrong. How does connect work? Yeah, so what we're saying basically is when we're creating this activity, we are going to connect it to the user with this ID, with this tenant ID. And so when you're creating something with Prisma, you can either connect it to an already existing record, or you can create on demand a new record. And so we're saying like we want to connect these things together. So we don't want to create a new project. We want to connect it to something that already exists. And so all of these things should potentially exist if they're passed in. And so otherwise we'll just like do undefined, and that will treat it as the same way as like, oh, this doesn't exist. And so don't connect it at all. Keep going back through this to be like, okay, oh, project, we capitalized it. Shouldn't be capitalized. These things always get me in the weirdest way, right? Lowercase. Prisma does some weird stuff with their defaults. It's like, no, I never want that, actually. So basically, the only time we do this, Yiggy, right, is when a user first signs up, like very, very first signs up in our application, and we go to our API for this route. So when they first log in with Google, is we're going to create or find a user with Upsert, right, where the email is whatever we get from Google. And if we're creating the user, we also want to create the tenant with them, right? Because every user belongs to a tenant. And so here we're saying create a tenant automatically for this user, and Prisma will do all of those actions together. It will create the tenant, get the ID, assign the ID to the foreign key in the user, and then the user will belong to that tenant. And so here, instead of creating that other record, we're just going to connect it to that other record. So how this should work now, if we do a hard refresh, is we should be able to assign it to multiple things. And then because we added this logic in start activity, if we click start, it should work. Did not work at all. It exploded here. Oh, well, I did not mean project. Oh God, I don't want to have to run a migration just for this. But we will. We will. So now it should work. We changed the capitalization, right? So Prisma yelled at us. I do feel like when I encounter this, I'm just as likely to create a single denormalized view for my Prisma object and handle all my creator update cascade stuff in the database. Yeah, I think there's a lot of merit to that. I think it depends. Maybe for the next app, right? I said I'd use row level security. So maybe we end up doing a lot more of that logic there, and Prisma becomes a much lighter layer because you basically just want all that logic in the same place, I think. So if it's going to be in the application, put it in the application, right? If it's going to be in the database, put it in the database. If you're mixing and matching between all these things, then you're going to start being like, where does this happen? Why does it happen? Like what's going on, right? So yeah, for what we have going on right now, I think we're doing it well, you know, right might be too strong a word, but we're doing something. Let's try and do this again. No, okay. Still did not like my project capitalization, which we know we fixed here, right? Activity, project, fixed. So now let's just go back. Regenerate that our database should be good to go too. Just double check, sanity check everything. Need to fix that, seriously. We're creating activity. So project ID is lowercase. A project has no other reference, so that should be fine. Let's just kill our server and start over in case Prisma's caching something. Okay, try it again. This should be correct. Types are no longer yelling at us. We ran the migration. Chrome, hard refresh. Refresh. Trying both of these at once. Maybe it's... Okay. How many times on stream have I had to just like restart everything to make this work? I was not offering a suggestion, just musing. Yeah. No worries, Dad, bud. No worries at all. I think there's a lot to be said about doing it both ways, and it's kind of just like, I mean, individually, do it where you're going to move the fastest, right? And on a team, then you have to start thinking about like skill sets that other members on your team have and where you want that logic and where you can apply the most testing. Or if other teams are managing certain parts of your infrastructure or stack, you can just like offload that, right? So there's a lot to be said about how you end up doing it. The worst I've seen by far is people just putting it everywhere, and then you just have no idea where stuff happens. Okay, let's double check in the database what this looks like, because we just started this, and I'm going to actually edit the database to be time tracker. So here we have our current live stream, and it does have a client ID and it does have a project ID. So we successfully tagged them, and it's showing it here. And so now once we kind of have our time tracker updated down here, we should be able to edit them and, you know, look at them or assign them as well. Probably put in some nice little icons. What is the timer? Is showing the user's work time. Yeah, so this is for, right, like we're building something that'll let you track activities that you're doing for billing purposes or just paying attention to like how long you're spending on doing stuff. So you're kind of typing in like what you're working on and then clicking play. And the idea is then you like, you know, go do work. And then when you're done with that task, you can stop it and come back and say like, okay, cool, let me go and, you know, keep track of my next thing, right? And so it lets you keep track of like what you've done today, and, you know, not really, it's not like a what you need to do, it's what you've done. Contractor's gonna love this app too. It's me. I mean, there's a lot of these apps exist, right? Like we're not doing anything that's rocket science here. Fundamentally though, if you are working by yourself, you don't need this until someone asks you how long you spent on a project. And then all of a sudden you're like, okay, now I do need something. And you can track that time in Excel, you can track that time in a notebook, you can track that time, whatever. And then the second things get a little more complicated, let's say you're tracking time with somebody, right? Let's say you're tracking time and you want to be able to like create an invoice really easily from how many hours you build. You know, it just takes a couple of these requirements in a row before you're like, there's got to be something that does this for me. Am I okay with people coming to me every time because I'm the strongest database guy? Oh my God, you have no idea how true that is. You probably do. You must know how true that is. That's like, anytime you put yourself in that position, right? You're like, ooh, if I okay this, then that's gonna fall on me a lot. That was said with someone with way too much experience. It feels really good, right? It feels really good for like the first 2 weeks. And then you're like, wait, I've gotten none of my own work done, so I'm just answering SQL questions. Okay, this is awesome. We have projects and stuff going. So I'm not going to go too deep into editing this today. I think that's going to be relatively straightforward. It's being able to like add in the edit stuff for here. So like here's your start time, your end time, right? You can change all this. We've already done this. We'll just add in the buttons for that, and we're good to go there. Should be like a cancel button, right? But now we can kind of tie all this stuff together. So as we're going through and tracking our clients and our projects, and our clients have projects, right? Like you can now say what you're working on and kind of tie it all together. And that's going to be super useful when we go ahead and do reporting. And so once you have reporting done, then you'll be able to say like, how long did I work on this stuff per client, per project per client, you know, and whatever else you kind of want to slice and dice it. So I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty good. So I think we're going to save tags for another full day. It'll be very similar to projects. But I kind of want to build out some of the other areas of the application here to make this a little more full-bodied, right? And so we need like be able to log out and go to a profile screen, and then there is a whole admin section that we need to consider. So let's commit what we have right here. Feature time tracking, add client and project. Oh, you know what else I wanted to do? Well, don't need ghost writing. Before we do that, what I wanted to play around with a little bit is right now for our time tracker, right? You have to type in something. That's okay. We can change that, but for right now, that's okay. And then you have to assign these before you click play. And if once you start it, you can't update them again, right? You can only stop it. And so to change how this works, this new activity thing kind of turns into like an update activity thing. And you're really just updating all the time. So right now we have a form and we're using server actions, right? And so if there is a current activity, then we stop it. Otherwise we start it. And the rest of these are all just part of the form. But what we really want is like, if I start it and say like, okay, test start, you know, and these should all be none. Ooh. No client records. It was needed to inline the relation. So I think it exploded because we said none, but then we marked this as none. So I think to change this, we need to, we're gonna pull this out. Let's do this. Right? Client, and so now we can say entirely here, right? The client is going to be, do we have a client? We can cast it to a Boolean, and if so, we're gonna connect it. Otherwise, right, we're not gonna do anything. Hey, in this project, will we be adding Stripe payments? We will be. And doing the whole billing subscription thing is going to take more than 2 hours, so we'll probably do that next session. I don't know what people would actually pay for here. This is mostly educational and also a tool for my own needs. So we're gonna go through and we're gonna add Stripe and we're gonna make it work end to end. And there will be a pro plan that people can buy, but I don't anticipate anybody buying it. Except for me. I'll buy my own plan. Thank Vits. Heck yeah. You can do it as a subscription-based app. Yeah, Yigi, it will be a subscription-based app, but like, it's mostly like, here's the joy, right? Here I am building something that I myself am going to use, right? It's at a point now where I use this for my own time tracking, for my own clients. So like, we got there, this is stream 3. We got there in 10 hours, 8 hours, really, end of last stream. It took 8 hours to get our SaaS to a point where I can use it for my own needs, which I think is like, it's so cool. It's so cool. And so now I'm building out, the gold plating extra features that make my life a little easier. Things like reporting will be very useful when it comes to the end of the month and I need to tell my clients how much I worked for them, so I can bill them. But other companies like slice and dice this in a bunch of different ways, right? They do like per user pricing. They do like feature blocking. So, certain things are behind features. I'm doing a lot of this to build, and have fun and teach, right? So the fact that like at the end of it, there's going to be a pro plan, I don't know if anyone in their right mind would actually sign up and use that, because I don't even know what I would put behind it, because it feels kind of bad to like teach everyone how to do this and then be like, well, yeah, I got a usable SaaS product, but I'm going to put it behind a pro plan. Pay $5 a month to use my time tracker, or sit and watch hours of content and build your own. It's also open source. So like, if people really want to, they can just host it themselves, which I feel like is fair, right? If you're going to go through the pain, struggle, and oh God, everything to like host this yourself to not pay, like good on you. Like, man, you go. Okay, let's try this. So basically, if we have the client, we'll connect it. Otherwise, we'll set it to undefined. Vits, do you work as a freelancer for clients? Can you tell us some of the products you've worked on? Yeah, I can talk about that. Let me test this first, though. So, test 2. We're going to say none, right? That's what we're testing. None. Start. All right, perfect. So, Prisma yelled at us by trying to connect it to something that was undefined. It was breaking. So, we just hid it all behind these 2 flags to be like, okay, if there's a client, go ahead and connect it, right? If that's truthy, otherwise undefined. So now we should be able to, so what we were trying to do was, if I wanted to update these in flight, I don't have a way to do that, right? I have to like stop it and then edit it later. But what I really want is like, if I change this, I kind of want it just to like update the name. Right? So like the only action here is like this start stop button, and everything else should just update. So this goes from like a very specific form for creating something into like, it's more like a form that displays the current status, and whenever you change anything, we should update it on Blur basically, right? So like the second you deselect it, we should say like, oh, you updated the name to testing 2, update, instead of having to like start and stop it each time. So that way you can just like start it, right? And then at any point change the client and have it actually change the client. And so I think that's going to turn into a much better user experience here, where instead of being like new activity, it's kind of just like manage current activity is really like the component we're going for here. And instead of having a strong like create and stop, we're going to change it to something like upsert, and we'll just update it constantly. So let's do that. So we're going to upsert this instead with all the data in the form. And then this, instead of being create, is going to be upsert. And so now we have to, first of all, find it if it exists, right? And by ID is what we put into here. Although I guess we will probably want to scope it. Can I scope it? It's a unique where input. I cannot. And so now we have create and update. Which will basically be the same because we want this, except you can only start it once. So when you first start it, you start it. Otherwise, you can update it with the information that we're sending, right? Absurd, he said. Databasingly. Yeah, took forever for like Postgres to have real upserts. But man, they're super useful when you need them. Vits. So for freelance clients, I get them and have been getting them through my network. So I've been a software engineer now for 10 plus years. So I've met a lot of people, made a lot of friends, and left my last job at the end of last year when my son was born. And my clients are kind of scattered all over the place. So like my old company is one of my clients, and they'll come and contract with me for just like building out things that they need build. And I built and know their entire stack. So it's very easy for me to jump in and I know the team, right? So it's really easy to do all that. I have like a couple local nonprofits, which I've just through friends managed to help. And like, I constantly help them out. So I'm building, like they have several applications and they're non-technical, these people, right? So they do like water quality testing and like managing infrastructure around the ocean. I'm outside Boston, so we have the coast right here. And so I'll help them and like build their SaaS apps and like build their apps and like, you know, walk them through the process of building this stuff. And I really like helping those sorts of people because they're so non-technical. Like it's just adorable. But like they'll go and talk to other consultancies and agencies and get like ridiculous quotes for building this stuff where I'm like, dude, that would like, we're 12 hours into this and I have like a full working app, right? I'm in Norfolk County. I'm in Norfolk County, or I guess right outside Norfolk County. Where am I? I'm in Norfolk County. Westwood. I'm in Westwood. That's crazy. Dude, I freaking love Dedham. Legacy Place is awesome. We were looking at buying a house in Dedham, and the only reason we didn't was by pure dumb luck. Like literally, that was the only reason. My daycare is in Dedham. Okay. Well, now we might need a meetup. That's wild. Dude. That is wild. So yeah, like those are the sorts of clients and people that I like to help, right? Right now I'm building a website for a startup and I'm helping this local nonprofit with like migrating a bunch of their stuff to AWS, which they obviously could not do themselves. And then I'm building out a SaaS app with them, right? That will help towns manage their local infrastructure and stuff. And yeah. Farcaster actually sounds really familiar. Why does that sound so familiar? Have I? Yeah. The iOS app, right? There's a Farcaster iOS app called what's its face? Or my phone is my freaking camera. And so, well, find me on Twitter or whatever and drop me a link and I will definitely take a look. Workcast, yeah. I mean, I tried to use Twitter for all my social needs, and then like the entire thing blew up in a billion ways, and it's awful. So YouTube has been a lot more fun, and I've been really, really enjoying just like making content and videos and helping people and all that jazz. So yeah, willing to try out other things. I just like signed up for Threads. Just like try out different things. Dad bod, first and foremost, what the fuck is this heat? Dude, my house doesn't have AC, okay? So like, great house, great town, no AC. So I have like window units and I'm just melting. Absolutely melting. What is it now? It's 92 degrees and like pure sun. So I don't know. One of these days, Vits, too, I'm going to make a Discord so like we can also have like smaller group chats and intimate stuff, but I don't want to deal with the management right-wise of the Discord, so currently have not done that. Anyways, we were getting distracted by way too many fun people in the chat. You guys are all awesome. Back to our form-ish, right? What we have is the idea here is we want to basically, whenever any of these change, we want to update it, which now that I say this, we might need to do a little more serious thinking about this, right? Like when I update the name, there's a form action that we can do. Well, that's an interesting thing to find in the React types. Do not use or you will be fired. Experimental form actions. Guess what? I work for myself. Can't fire me. Get out of here. What I want is like on blur, right? So like when the user stops focusing on the form, we want to resubmit the form. But that's kind of like a client handler. So this might be a little tricky. You might need to think about this a little bit instead of blindly going through and doing it, right? So we're not going to do that. Let's think about this for a hot sec. So the form submit will happen whenever you hit the submit button or activate the form, right? Sweet, thanks, Vits. I will take a look at the end of the stream. I can't find a job. They can't fire me from unemployment. I am unemployed, so I am unfireable. So we want to basically submit the form once we change it in any way, which is not really the action, right? And the docs don't really have this, so we might end up making this a client component just to handle this entire interaction, right? So for example, we only have one place this is talked about, right? So server actions. So server actions are alpha feature. We can invoke them on the form. We could also invoke it as the form action for buttons inputs, but that's still something like the user has to like activate. And we just want it to happen automatically. So I think we have to go into using a custom invocation, probably using the client side stuff, right? Because we basically want to say, like, this is a form, and if you submit it, you submit it. But the input here, right? Like, every time you go ahead and deselect the input, so like you've changed it in some way, we want to go ahead and submit it. Or we could use something like React hook form to just manage the state, and like whenever it changes, right, you could always go and do it. But generally you're going to want it like on blur to have this effect happen. And then you're like, oh, I want to upsert the activity. It's kind of like what you want to do But this isn't going to be called with all the form information, right? So now we need to consider pulling out the form information somewhere else, which is really not ideal. So this is going to be, I think, a bigger refactor of this entire thing. So let's make sure it still works. Good. Good. If attributes start with on, prepare yourself to... Yes, Yugi, 100%. So I stop it, it works. Let's do test 3. If we start it, none, that's fine. Okay, so everything's still working. But if we change it, right, we basically want to say, like, if I said test 4, and then I changed this later to be my actual data, and then just, like, click away, we would like this to reflect my actual data, right? Especially when you click stop. Instead it says test 3. Now maybe we can get away to just upsert it here with the name and client and everything. And that's pretty good. Yeah, that's like 80% of what we need. And 80% of what we need is probably all the clients need. So hang on here. So if we start a new one, and we're going to call this test 5, and there are no projects, no clients, you can click start, test 5. And now this is the real name, right? And we're going to say it's dadbod, and it's my first project. And we click stop. Now we do have the real name, and it should have updated. So this is actually, I think, a lot better than I give myself credit for. I think we ship that. You have to give me an email. Yeah, feel free to figure that out, friends. I ended up looking here to search how to create end-to-end SaaS where users buy credits and then use your product. I mean, buying credits, right? That's going to be your Stripe connection, and then you can buy whatever that is. You need to save how many credits they have, and then they can use the credits to buy whatever they want within your app. It's like microtransactions. So we're gonna do Stripe subscription billing, but you could change that pretty easily to be like a product. Like I buy 100 credits, right, at a time. So that should be all pretty good. Okay. Let's see here. We're gonna add this feature update tracking on activity end. Push. Awesome. Okay, 2:30. God, we're crushing it. Let's do profile dropdown. God, I love how quickly all this stuff comes together, right? Like, it just hasn't been that many hours working on this, and we're getting into kind of like the perfunctory stuff of like, oh, like my admin section. It's like, do you need that? People might be concerned if you didn't have it, but you don't need it. It's kind of just like extra stuff. But hasn't taken this long to get here, right? So let's go ahead and jump over to our navigation bar. This has our avatar. The avatar is a client component. We're going to jump into our avatar, and we're going to change this to be an entire drop down. So we can just jump back to Shad UI, and they have like, we don't need the full menu bar. This is like marketing. We just want our popover. Menu. We've already done this, right? Oh, that's cute. Why am I blanking on this, friends? Drop down menu. I found it. We got there. So we're just going to turn this into a drop down menu. We don't need a dialogue in this. We're just going to make a simple drop down menu. Right, we don't need checkboxes. It's going to be a list of links. So that's pretty cute. Here is, right, this is the full code. We don't need all of this, but we will take, what do they do? We have drop down subs. They have, looks like it all works out pretty well just having this stuff in here. All right, perfect. So for our avatar, we're going to pull in the drop down, and then we're going to add in our drop down menu. And so the trigger will not be a button here, right? It's going to be our avatar itself. Now this trigger is the primitive, so I think we can just do that as expected. And what we're gonna do here is we're gonna have this be the user name. And let's see, what do we need? We need a logout button. Finally, we got there. Drop down menu item, here's logout. We'll just borrow this. I don't think we actually want a shortcut at all for logging out. And this is the icon. This is going to turn into either a form to destruct it server side or whatever client side. We'll see what we want. Profile, billing, team. I don't know what that word was. Codex. Have you used the T3 stack before? I'm assuming the third one, right, is TRPC. So next.js, Tailwind, TRPC, TypeScript, Tailwind. I haven't used TRPC before, if that's the root of the question. Obviously, we're using Next and Tailwind quite a bit here. I'm really seeing, like, I was going to play around with it, but I'm really seeing if we can do everything we need with server actions. Yeah, Tailwind, TypeScript, TRPC, Next.js. So we're using all of that except TRPC. And I think the big thing is, with server actions, you don't need TRPC. Well, I mean, Prisma is just your ORM, right? You can get away with any ORM with that stack. So here, if we click this now, we have our name, profile, billing, team, and log out, which is awesome. So let's go ahead and just like do class text red 500, kind of be like, yep, that's like log out. I think we can just add it here probably, right? Text red 500 instead because we want all of it to be red. True, with next to the server components, you no longer need to transport between client and server. Yeah, I mean, the server, the React server components are certainly a huge part of that because all the data fetching you're doing now, you should do in the React server component. And then you still needed an API though for like mutating any data. So the server actions now let you not need an API for that. And so like we are, I guess, pushing server actions to the limit because we've already run into several bugs. So, you know, your mileage may vary, but the idea certainly is like, hey, you don't need these. You don't need to use TRPC, which, I mean, if you like it, use it without doubt. But so our profile link's going to go to /profile, which seems fair, right? And so now you are a link. The link inside, this is what we were fixing before, right? The href that's created doesn't go all the way across. So you want to make sure you add full width in there so the user can kind of click anywhere in here. Can we make this self? Can you do as child here? Can this entire thing turn into a link? That's my question now. What? Oh, didn't work. Right? Like this entire thing is now a link. right? This entire thing is linked. That's kind of what we want, right? So what can we do now? Like w full cursor pointer, right? Now we don't need anything here. And so now even if you click right up in this corner, boop, you go to the profile page, which is kind of what we're looking for, right? You can click anywhere in here, which is what we want. And then billing will go to like the tenant's billing. So let's call it like admin billing. And then the team will go to admin team, let's call it, and log out will log out. Perfect. Yigi, I made a mistake, which is binding Prisma and Supabase. This is not really needed at all. So you only use it if you're really sure you need it. Yeah, Supabase, right, has their own client and they have like their own REST API and everything. So if you're using Supabase, I would probably lean into using the Supabase tooling. Otherwise, you're just using Supabase to be a Postgres database, which is totally fine. Postgres is great, but like they offer more tools around that is probably wise to use. So like here for this app, right, we're using Vercel's version of a Postgres hosted database. And so all they say is like, here's the database, here's the connection string, have fun, right? There's no tooling around it, which is perfect for something like this. But, you know, if you're using something like Supabase, they have a lot more stuff. Someone sponsor me, Supabase. So now that we have this, let's go ahead and log out, which is like finally, right? Next-auth logout API. So let's see what they offer here. So there's a client API called signout, and it ensures the user ends up back on the page they started after completing the sign out flow, and it handles our token. You can specify a callback. We'll probably just bring them out right to the main page. If it needs the CSRF token, I wonder if we can do this on the server. Where's my get server session? Okay, they're not really giving me a log out call for the server. So we'll just do it client side, I guess, right? Awesome, see you Vits, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, we're on video 3 here and we're almost done our entire app, so feeling good. Let's go ahead, drop down menu item. Let's just make a new log out menu item. Right, we'll take this entire thing and toss it here. So export const log out. I don't even think we need any logic here, right? So we can just remove all this. We can do this. We'll get the log out item from that. And then on click, right, we can just do log out. Oh, it's sign out, right? Sign out. Somebody. I knew I typed it right. So when you click this, it will sign you out. This will be a client component. And so in our avatar, which is a server component, we can now just pull this in, right? And we'll just pull in the logout option. So here, if we refresh, click you, we'll have to make that better. If we click log out, we have logged out. We're out. So now, of course, the entire app, right, is protected with middleware. So if you go anywhere, it brings you back here. we'll have a home page, which will kind of explain the application, and that won't be protected. So now we can sign back in, go to our track page, and we're right back where we started. Like, we still have our profile drop down running. We still have our stop. Like, everything just worked the exact way you expected it to, which is perfect. Let's go ahead and change this to be mouse cursor pointer, right? So it's an action. So everything here should be an action. Just perfect, just what you want. Kind of feel like there should be a separator there. What are people's thoughts on it? I guess log out in Vercel doesn't really have a separator. What does GitHub do? GitHub has sign out after a separator, right? Like, I like to just like browse other things, right? So here's like GitHub's new crazy sidebar, which is wild. So they have like whatever, your name, your profile, a bunch of stuff, and then like sign out after a separator, just kind of nice, right? Gives like a little separation. Vercel doesn't, right? But they do have a separator here for like the last two, and then big upgrade to pro, call to action. Or they can sponsor me. There are no sponsors on this stream, friends. Don't worry. So I think I'll do a separator. So I think it's kind of like you have your few little sections, and that makes the most sense. You know, so log outs down here, profile, billing, teams, like the three things. Your name, so you know who you're signed in as if the profile picture wasn't obvious. We don't have usernames or anything really, so we don't need extra information. And now you can log out. So we implemented that in like 10 seconds. Feature, add logout, push. So now we want to go to a profile. Not found. No profile. So let's make a profile page. So this is kind of like the start to the admin profile perfunctory section, right? So let's spend a hot second and see what other people do. Our time tracker deployments are failing. Just want to know what's going on. Missing key in app projects project. We can fix that real quick, can't we? Apps project key. This isn't even like shown. Oh, project list, I guess it is, right? Project.id. Fix add key to project list. All right, we'll see if that does it. So you have like settings, right, in Vercel. Personal account settings, and they have general. So this is kind of like your profile, right? They break it down by your username, your name, your email, avatar, right? You can click and update it. So like this is, and if you zoom out a little bit, right, you kind of just have like, okay, like that's comments on your ID. That's how they do it. You know, there's no right or wrong way to do this, right? GitHub, you go to your profile. You know, this is your public profile. So I guess I need settings, and now you can edit your public profile, right? There's also like, you know, so here they have like all of the admin stuff on the left, right? Access, organizations, everything. They have this big left sidebar, which just goes and goes and goes. And Vercel also has the left sidebar, but it's much smaller. And then you have all the settings and stuff, you know, on the right side. And so kind of what we're seeing is like this left sidebar and the content over here. There's one more I want to check out, maybe two more. make sure there's nothing terrible here to look at. Everyone knows what my email is already. So Stripe, right? Stripe's profile page is full width. There is no sidebar. You click here to go to the profile screen, like that's it. And then, you know, they have the content here. You can click edit to change these fields, and then cancel. So each kind of section, then they just have a bunch of preferences. Oh no, that's not gonna work at all, will it? Oh no. Okay, well, we're not gonna check that then because it requires me to two-factor auth, and my phone is the camera. So in terms of like designing and kind of building this out, we're not going to have a ton of stuff. What we are going to have, right? And I guess actually it doesn't hurt to like do Toggl too, since we're kind of, you know, borrowing some of their UI here. Please log in again. Here they have a profile settings, right? And so here they always have a left sidebar. And so here they just have like a little form, preferences. This really feels like it should just, I can make it a little bigger. Like it just needs to take up like this much space. Like they don't really need the rest of the space, do they? You know, so nothing crazy. So profile page probably is going to make sense for this app to have just like a kind of common admin section. I don't think your profile page needs to be public in any way. I don't think your profile page needs to be special really in any way, right? So we'll probably have just like a common admin section with a left-hand sidebar to move around and the contents on the right, so we can do another split layout and have our admin layout sidebar. And then we'll build out the profile view, which will be just kind of like straightforward, updating any of your preferences, which there's not gonna be a lot because we sync with Google. So we're just kind of like show some stuff and be like, if you want to change anything, update Google. But then it'll give us a pretty good place to be like, okay, here's team management. So you can start thinking about inviting people, having an invite link, being able to manage people on a team. If you want to go really crazy, right, you'll have multiple teams and you'll have to manage each of these if you're an administrator. And then of course, when you have teams, you need roles. You know, someone can just like track time and other people can admin the entire application. And then there's going to be the subscription stuff as well. So let's go ahead and build out a basic layout and build out kind of like our profile view and then go from there. So we have different sections of our app. Client projects will have more. For tags, now we're going to do an admin page, right? And the admin section itself, I don't think needs to exist. In that if you go to GitHub, right, and you go to settings, it defaults you to your profile page, right? It's like settings/nothing is the same thing as settings/profile. Those are the same. So we'll probably do something here because otherwise you need to have like an admin splash page of some kind, right? And that doesn't necessarily need to exist. We're going to simplify it and just remove that entire thing. But you don't want to have a 404 either. So export default async function admin page redirect, not Copilot, redirect to admin profile. So this will just kick you straight out here to admin profile. And we want to have a new layout for this entire thing. So let's copy in our projects, right? We had a 2-column layout. So we can copy the same thing here and change it for our admin layout. And we don't need any of this right now, so we'll just remove it. And this is not going to be 1/2 of the screen now. It's going to be much closer to like a 4th or a 5th. And let's just define a sidebar component right here. We're going to move this out at one point because we're going to want some client interaction to like know what path we're on or whatever. Wow, that was awful. So here we'll do admin profile, and that will be, this entire thing actually can just be an unordered list, and then we can do links map, and this can be a link. Right, and so what links do we need in our sidebar? For now, we'll just do profile, what we had in our top bar, just profile billing. Heyo! We have a new subscriber. Can I move all these? Whoop, there we go. Valton, welcome. I don't know if you're watching the stream or not, but if you are, hi, welcome. Thanks for subscribing. It means a lot. So here we're gonna have billing, right? Each of these will probably have icons at 1.2. And then we said like team management, right? So admin, we'll do team, and we'll do team like that, right? And so now we have a sidebar, and so we can now just call in the sidebar from here. And then the rest of this will be the children, which is whatever the page is itself. And so now if we create our first one, which will be profile page, we can now just do export default async function profile page. And this is going to, I'm wondering if there's anything we need that's not in the user session itself, right? Const user await get user session. Right, so this is like profile. And we'll just kind of do to start user.name. So now, I guess we logged out. We can go to profile, which is the wrong URL. We need, where are we going? We're going to avatar, right? Instead of profile, we want admin profile. So now profile goes to admin profile. And here we go. Okay. We have profile team billing. Okay, we'll fix that. And profile here, Ethan Mick. That's me. So this is flexing everything. Right, we really just want these to be blocks. So let's do class block. And we want to know, so we can do a little more work on this, right? We want to show which one we're currently in and make these all a little nicer. So we can make this nicer to start by being like On hover, let's do neutral 100, maybe a little opacity. And then rounded medium, so nice rounded corners. It's a little too opaque. And then padding, we need definitely some padding. So is that too much padding? Oops. Let's zoom out real quick. That seems okay. Just to get a sense for like what we're looking at. So refresh. Now if we click any of these, they work. Everything's a link. We kind of want to show which one though is the one you're currently on, right? So to do that, we need to make this a client, this part at least a client component. I guess we should probably do this, which is what it was complaining about before. So now the key, right, can be the href itself. We do want, right, this to be full width though, so please come back. W full. Hello? You go all the way. Oh, but you're not blocked anywhere, right? So we'll add that back in. So profile team, this is good, but we want, if we're on the profile page, right? Let's make this a little more obvious, just so we can be sane here. So let's do class text 4XL, margin bottom 8. Let's make it, yeah, it's a little aggressive, don't you think? Profile, that's your name. Really, we can't change anything here because like it's all managed by Google. Because we could, but it makes more sense for you to just change it in your identity provider, and we'll just resync here. So we could add like a synchronize button or something to like pull the information actively from Google potentially, but it's kind of not necessary. So in our layout, we can now do, let's call it sidebar list item. We're just going to co-locate it because it's just this that we want. So export const sidebar list item. And so we're going to return this, and we're going to pass in type props href and the label. And so now we can just pull those out. Right, and the link is still our next link. This is going to be, however, a client component because we're going to use const path name, use path name from next navigation, and so this returns the string of the path name. And so now we can do cn, which we pull in from utils, right? From shad. Yeah, that should be fine, right? Good. And so we kind of want like, yeah, we want neutral to be present, assuming it's really like href starts with path name. And so now we can just import the sidebar list item into our layout here. Pass, and so really what we can do here is we can just call this a link and do the key is going to be link.href, and then we're just going to pass through all the link props. And now when you select it, it stays selected. And that's because we're using the path name to compare it to whatever the link is. And it'll enable us to say like, yep, you're on your profile screen. Here's your profile. You look like you're good to go. And that's how you can build a profile screen. Iggy, Ethan, why is Git server side props not used so much with App Router? It is not supported at all. It is not something you can do at all. You cannot use that function. Now, the reason is Git server side props was a piece of code, right, that you exported on a page that said, run this on the server, gather up the properties, and then pass those properties to the page as props. And instead of doing all of that work, now the suggestion is just to use React server components in the app directory. And those always run on the server as well. And so you can just directly access the data you need in any component itself and use it right there. I feel like I should like cut out those little explanations and like make shorts out of them or something. Wow, okay, great. Well, we have a profile view. It took us like what, 20 seconds. Profile, we said billing and team, but team and billing are switched here. So let's go ahead and just fix that in our, to make everything consistent. Okay, now team, now billing. So now you can go to team billing. Everything's great. It's a little interesting because we're using Google as our IDP, right? Like we don't actually have a lot of settings for you to change. At least as of right now. There's no password to change, right? There's like, I guess we can show your image just for something else to do on your profile sort of picture. So here, let's just do a quick little 2-column layout, right? Where this can be class flex, and width 1/2 is here. And now you can also be with 1/2. I guess you can just, flex grow. And then so now you can do next, right? Just an image of what the user image is. And this obviously needs to come from next image, right? And then alt will be profile picture. And then we're going to need to add the configuration to load this, right? From googleusercontent.com. Can I do, oh God. Remote patterns. Can I do, yes, I can. Okay, so we can do this, thank God. So our next here, we can now toss in anything from this domain, because we don't know what subdomain they might be on. So anything from Google user content will be good. It restarted our dev server automatically. Hard refresh to get rid of the error. I know we're out of date. It's okay. We'll survive. Woo! Look how blurry that is. Jeez. Let's make it a little smaller to avoid that blurriness. That's awful. We'll do 100, 100, and then class name rounded full. Who is that handsome? Stop it. Stop it. And here we can just do like an H2, right? Profile picture, class name, text large, font, semi-bold. Seems a little aggressive still. Maybe just the semi-bold's good. Profile picture. So here we can probably just do something too for the same, right? Same naming. So instead of profile picture, it's profile details, right? And so now we kind of have all that look good. And then both of these can do like, we'll do a little bit of margin, no padding, top, like, no, it needs to be inside. So let's just do padding on both sides, right? For this one, maybe margin's a little better. Margin on both sides, MY. Change it up. Yeah. Profile, yeah. This is a little aggressive before. So profile, maybe too many profile words being passed around. Right, details, picture. Wow, how is that so blurry? Is it really just like, why am I so blurry? Does Google really just have like such a bad picture? I mean, this is all, yeah, just like, jeez. Okay, well, and really what people are gonna want, right? Talking about usability, they're gonna show up here and they're going to say like, how can I change my picture? If they ever end up on this page, they're gonna be like, how can I change this picture? So Google update profile picture, right? You want to direct them to like this page. Look, it's so crisp here. Yeah, Google compresses a ton. Like, it's kind of disappointing. You would think they wouldn't need to save money. Sponsored by Google. So this is like text. It's like detail text, right? So you can do text neutral, like 600 or something, and like text small. If you'd like to change your profile picture, you can edit it on Google here, right? And this is going to be a regular link. So we're going to kick them out. And so this will be, I don't generally like to do this, but I think it makes the most sense here to target a new tab. Okay, we don't need this to be 1/2. I think we can get away with this being like 2/3. Right, and the idea here, really, maybe this is just needs to flex grow, and this just needs to be like width 1/5. It needs to be small. Okay, stop, right? This is kind of what, right? So this is kind of what I'm imagining. Or maybe it just needs to be more consistent, right? Just like make this 150 pixels. And then you can make the profile picture 150 pixels. And then this can be even smaller. And then this can be text blue 500. Right, so now it's like, okay, here's your profile, here's your details and everything. We can zoom back in again. And then if you'd like to change your picture, right, we kick them out to be like, okay, like go change your picture. But you can't change it here. It is so blurry, but we're just gonna deal with it because that doesn't seem like my problem. And then if we check out our database, right, like what other properties does the user have? We have an email, so we should show that as well. Yeah, that avatar is just Jeez. Someone tell me how to get a better picture than that. So here, right, we can kind of, because we're not letting you edit it, I'm not going to use a you know, like form or input. We're just going to break it out like name, here's your name. Oops. And same for email. And then we can simply, instead of margin y4 here, we can do flex call and do like gap 4. So now we kind of have just a consistent gap. I guess you could do space y too, but I don't think it matters too much. And then we can also just get rid of this to make it all even. And yeah, I guess we kind of want the right margin bottom 4 so the content lines up. So the name lines up with the picture, and the picture is here, and the details are here. And yeah, really, it's, if you want to change anything, you should go to Google. You know, name, profile. So maybe you just like link them to here. But you can probably just do that, you know, with an edit button or something. It's kind of weird, but maybe the button says like edit on Google, so the user knows what they're going to get because we're just signing in with Google. And like I said, there's not too much here that's going to be super public. Once you have teams of people, you want to have some information that's going to be public, but I think we'll just bring that, like that'll be your name and email, you know, like those are basically the only things you need. And that's all we're capturing. So I don't think there's a lot we have to do here. So that's the profile page. So let's build out a skeleton for the team and billing page real quick. So the team page, we're not going to worry too much about the content, right? But now it exists. So if you go to the team page, whoa. I just want my team page. Okay, that was weird. And then billing as the last page. Right? So we'll just copy this and we'll just name it. Maybe that was the problem. We'll name it the billing content. We'll go here. Team page. So now all three of our sections work. We have billing, we have profile, we have team. And let's commit. Feature, admin, section, and profile screen. Okay, let's double check our Vercel build, see if there's something I need to fix. Nope, it worked. Okay, deploy. Nice. So we have our tracking, got clients, got our projects, got my profile, teams, billing. Let's add in teams and billing here in the dropdown. God, I'm running out of things to do. These are good problems to have. So instead of this, we're going to do team, and this is admin team. And then this is billing, and it goes to admin billing. Okay, save. Go back to, okay, so we have hard refresh, come back. Just strangely buggy sometimes. Okay, team, now takes you to team. Billing, takes you to billing. Profile, takes you to profile. Awesome. Okay, so feature, drop down, links work, push. Man, I was gonna stop at 4, but it's 3:23. I have like 30 minutes left, and I kind of did everything I was expecting to. So when it comes to time tracking, I'm ahead of schedule. Let's see. On our main page, this doesn't really have a purpose right now, so let's do the same thing here. Let's go and say our app main page, we don't need any of this really. We're going to just redirect the user to track. So now if they refresh and they come in, hopefully this won't cause any infinite loops or anything, right? They should just go to the track page, because that's what we want them to do. Like the home page doesn't really have anything worth doing. It's just like, oh, you just want to track stuff. You want to get into the app and you want to track. And so if we log out, it should just take us to the login page. If we sign back in, it should just sign in. How often should we commit when we create from scratch? If I just made tiny change, like changing just one color, should I commit before doing any other logic? So committing really has a pretty, let me back up. I wrote about this in my newsletter. Committing has like a very low cost, right? I alt tab to my terminal. I look at what I'm doing. I add it, I run git commit, I say feature, redirect to track page, I look at what I did, it looks good, I commit, I push. And so because it's so cheap, I recommend you should commit early and often. And if you're doing something where your feature isn't going to be ready in 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 commits, then just pull that out into a branch and then commit early and often in the branch. And this will save you hours when something weird and catastrophic happens and you lose all your changes. Because when you've committed stuff and you've pushed it, like the odds of you losing that is so small. And then you get a chance to like, you can just commit broken code to your branch and be like, I'm going to fix this later. You can like kind of get into the weeds and be like, okay, this didn't work. Let me back up and like go back a few commits and try something else. So this is a little fast and loose because in general, I can keep so much context in my head as to like what we're doing and like what we're trying to accomplish, that my commits can probably be bigger than other people's commits. That's not a good thing to do on a team. You don't want your teammates to have to review all that code. But if you're just changing like one small thing, but that one small thing is like an atomic piece, if that's all you needed to do, commit it. Commit it, ship it to production, and move on, right? Like you don't need to bundle up a lot of changes and then push them all at once. That's worse and scarier because when something breaks, you don't know what commit broke it. So it's generally better to commit often, frequently, small chunks. And so when things break, it's much easier to figure out like what caused it to break. Yeah. This is clutch. Man, I don't think we can do building in 30 minutes. We could probably get started on some team stuff, though. I wasn't going to go super far with that. Oh, we can fix our build. Error. Oh, we have an apostrophe in the profile page. Really, I should be building this stuff locally to like find these bugs, but I have CI to do it, so it was yelling at me that was an apostrophe, right? It's like this entire thing, this one file, one line, one thing, right? Fix apostrophe in profile page. Like that's the entire commit, and that's the entire push. Like that's all we needed to do. And there was a time where I was working on various projects, and I was doing so many very, very small changes because things were just like broken in small ways. I wrote a bash command called tweak. And what tweak did is it would take the current set of changes and it would automatically add them, write a generic commit message, commit them, push it to a new branch, make the pull request for that branch, and assign the correct people to it. So I would just like open up a project, fix the one thing I had to do, go to my command line, type tweak, and it would just ship the entire thing, and I wouldn't even look at it again. I would just like move on with my life and like fix something else tiny and run tweak. It's like tweak, 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 tweak. So there are things you can do like that, right? To like ship early and often, and make your life easier to just kind of do that as quickly as possible. Awesome. Okay, that fixed our production build. So yeah. Oh, we can change the strokes too. Ooh. Interesting. That's kind of cool. All right. If we're going to do team stuff, we're going to need to update the data model and add in our teams and our roles and everything. I don't know if I want to do that. So, friend Roonies, we might just end our stream a little early because this is like the best thing we've gotten to. Before we do that, let's go to our time tracker in production, right? And here it is running 3 hours and 48 minutes. You need a break. I'm going crazy. We have all this, so I have no clients and I have no projects. So we're just going to stop it. Pretty good. And it worked exactly as I wanted to. So I'm going to go ahead and like add some real clients. And this is like my production version. Like, again, we're on prod, right? But this is exactly what we're dealing with locally. So there's a little bit of cleanup. Like we have a clients thing here. Projects are pretty good. This is exactly what you would want. We can like do a little bit of work on the color, maybe move that like up around, sign client. Like it's good. Feel free to anybody. The link is in the repo, but I'll put it in the blog post too. You can sign up and play with this yourself. So if there are things you want to just like play around with or use it or offer suggestions, you can do that. And if there are things you want to see or pull requests or stuff, then you can certainly submit pull requests as well to play around or change anything in the repo. What I think we're going to do next time is we're going to add in the tags. But we might do that later because I think clients and projects are all I mostly need for right now. So we're going to do teams and Stripe billing, I guess, to like round out the functionality of the app, right? Billing will implement some sort of pro plan that'll cost a nominal amount. I'm thinking like $10 a year, which is, a trivial amount, but I don't think anyone's going to pay it. And then we'll run through and test it, and then I'll run through and buy it myself. And so that'll be fun. We'll just basically run through their guide. Stripe has fantastic documentation, right? But it'll probably be useful for people to like walk through the entire thing. And if there's any gotchas, we'll run into them and try it out. And then for teams, we'll flesh out our teams and like a little bit of role management. That'll also be a good chunk of work. And then I guess we might like switch over and do some marketing pages, right? Just like build out a homepage. There's a lot of other small perfunctory stuff that I don't think make sense to do on stream, but maybe it is, right? Like terms and conditions and privacy policies. Like you generally need them, but like, is it worth watching somebody get them? I don't think so. But maybe there's just like blog posts and we just like round out the rest of the app. But we're in a pretty good place. So I'm very excited. Yiggy, I'm going to try and announce these streams a little further than a couple of hours ahead of time. I'm going to make some thumbnails, and that will help me put it up. But you can expect next Tuesday is my plan. Next Thursday, I am going down to the Cape, so I don't think I'll be able to stream Thursday. So I'm just going to have a stream Tuesday while we do all the Stripe building stuff. So yeah, I think that's it for now, friends. Ending slightly early, but we basically did everything I wanted to do. And I look forward to seeing you next time. If you have questions, feel free to find me, on YouTube, ask comments, questions, Twitter, whatever it might be. But this was a lot of fun, and thank you everybody for showing up. So, with that, we are ending the stream. See you all later.